Morning. Sign of the horns. Casually wiggle.
Well, hello, buddy, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. Morning there, couples. Snacks. Hey there, Reels Amir. Hey there, Virkuli. Singular squat. Done. Buffalo with wiggles. Need to go soon do some potato. Ooh, nice. Buff. Tulin treenaan Bezos AI. Nice. Hey, that was Yuki. Taking Bezos AI. Gonna steal everyone's streams. Let's see here. We do a couple of background things. Shouldn't take too long. Gotta beep some boops. And there. So we'll jump into the streams. And we activate the game. Now, it's gonna hopefully maybe guess from the title. I'm expecting to sort of finish the main game at least. And once that, and then we'll just see how much stuff we need to dump. How much can we ramp up production? Get those coupons together to get that sweet golden nut. And I was wondering, what do we do if we finish everything today? Well, if we finish early, there's something I could install. Oh, we could always jump into like Power World for a little bit if we need to, or I might have gotten. I could then install Satisfactory. Remember, kids, take your meds. But assuming Satisfactory isn't unoptimized and huge. It doesn't look like it should be. And yes, I love my game mode. That's interesting. I can see the game on the OBS, but I can't see it on my screen. There we go. Hey, yep. There we go. Coffee, tea, juice. Empty beer can. Won't help me. I need a full one. Hey, they play a game radio on the YouTube site first? Yes, you are. Very Gensen, what kind? This was a wheat beer with a hint of citrus. The Blanc 1664 by Kronenborg. let's leave the music like this for a little while. Because we got this stuff done, but we need more. So yeah, apparently the elevators have a maximum height of 200 meters. We also discovered that, so you have to have a little bit of a two on top of each other. And we need more copper. Quick wire. The quick wire we dealt with. So then copper sheets and rubber, potentially. Let's first make use of what we already have. So we finish the power tower straight bits. Yep, it is correct. Missing silica and rubber. Silica. I say, well, I think most of the things we keep on running out of are things we're making close by, and we should have enough Mercer spheres. Yeah, for 3 more. So start dumping a whole bunch of that silica, and we could probably just ramp up the rubber production there, or like just divert more of that into a output, and then add one here for the copper sheets. Yeah, I do like all kinds of, speaking of beer thing, I quite enjoy many kinds of beer. And, depending on the weather, there's different kinds. Like the Blancs or wheat beers are nice and just nice and fresh. But then again, in a way, so are with the good old IPAs that everyone started making. No, an IPA is more like super tasty in a really hot weather, like a sour, in my opinion. Well, because they are both kind of sour. So that would be 1. There, all the lights are on. And all the pipes are connected. A few more stories, but we're gonna then have to go and have a little bit of a in-between stop here. Now the copper sheets, well, good thing is we're already making an excess of them. Okay, but I guess the silica would be closer. I think the easiest way would be to add a dimensional depot just here. Now the catwalk can move, absolutely. You see, this one is leading here for like an export hole. We can't really fit one here neatly. But we can put one here neat enough. Doesn't really get in anyone's way. And then we can see. There. If nothing else, it'll upload at double speed now. Then, similarly with the copper sheets. I think this could look neat if... No, that could probably stay. Let's see here. So we put in some of these frame foundations, pretty much. Get rid of those. Now they sort of remain separate islands. Then let's see if we can fit one here. If there's any centers overflow. Huh. There we go. Good old slowly but surely getting there. And then we wanted to have a quick looky at rubber. I don't know if we need to make use of the mega factory there. Huh. We will at least go over here and have a look see at the this one. Okay, this one should be making nothing but rubber. Well, easy to fix then, eh? Put you there. Pull our steps down. There we go. There we go. And on top you get that one. And there we go. So, just make sure the rubber output remains. I think this idea could work. No, there, no hypocrisy. Hope you're doing good. That was a mistake. You know what? At this point, fuck it. Good enough. It'll still work. I think we had another one there. That's also uploading rubber. And aluminum casings. And I got two rubber uploaders. Another silica and two silica uploaders. Let's turn off the other one, and then we go have a look-see at. I like how you could butt slide Yui and maintain momentum. And part of me really is sort of thinking like maybe I should make it taller, because this is then the math with 2.5 with like power shards and everything. Yeah, we probably need to add some doors and things at some point. Alright, Time to whip out the boombox. We'll change to, I guess, Sanctum 2 again. And then more in our air donors. Hope we're doing good. There we go. We do the blues of the prince, and we oh no. See, we do 2 blueprints. Undefined. That was straight power. One. 2. I'm not on fire. Calling that a win. That is usually pretty much, yeah. In general, I'd say that is universally considered a win. Not being on fire. Well done. Steel beams. I seem to have multiple uploaders for those at least. Because it should be going up like 2 per second, but it's going up more than 2, I'd say. Wait, or I was wrong. Mild annoyance. Wondering why do I have so much rubber in my pocket? Then I remembered, oh yeah, we broke down the storage unit. We did do that. That is very true. Oh well, let us then connect power. We never did do the other math, didn't we? So we got 16 times 150. No, come on. We got 16 times 150. And divided by 4.178. That's how many fuel generators we pretty much effectively having. And each one of these would produce okay, 625 divided by 2.5 times 625. So this should make 143 gigawatts, potentially. That'll be fun to see once we get this thing up and running. That's a few gigawatts there, yeah. Yeah, because the point is to like replace everything that's happening here. All that crude oil will be sent into this tower, pretty much. And because these are all running a rocket fuel, we don't need to care about stuff like pumps and things, because it's all gas. And yeah, there's more than 500 turbines in, potentially, but I just decided to like just chuck shards in all of them, so it's around 8 stories tall. Because we had 2.5. That's how many of these machines there are. Now, per level, we have 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 4. 8 times 4 would be 32. Divided by 32. So 7.1 stories. So we're doing 8. Be jealous. An oil refinery and rocket launch tower. Very true. Be like home. I like that emote. And yeah, I was very disappointed to find out that the personnel elevator has a maximum height of 200 meters. Very disappointed. So we couldn't have an elevator all the way through. You see, we had to have two of these on top, like literally on top of each other. So that is a separate elevator. SMH my head, as they say. SMH my head. Heck. Oh well. We're gonna turn this on, be horrified by the noise, and never come back. That's the plan, at least. So then we do blueprints, and here we find the straight version. Come on. He almost had an embarrassing moment. At some point coming in and wondering, why aren't these things running? If they weren't hooked up, that's why. And I did do it on the floor below, right? Yeah. Hey there, Tube Up Games. Doing well? Ei ollut koneen istämä, no ei ollut todellakaan. Making a joke about that not being a elevator by Kone, which is a Finnish elevator manufacturer. The funny joke being that Kone is also the Finnish word for just machine. Video is the other start. Well, I just realized I never said hello. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Always nice hearing from folks about motors. That is surprising. Alright, guess we're gonna have to do a big old giant launch over there to Bullshit Factory Town. Because I do know that I left a heck of a ton of motors there. Maybe we used them all, who knows? That would be tragic. The actual tippy top. The views are pretty good here. Got one Kone elevator at the old work, and smooth as butter. Nice. Morning there, Kim Stockholm. Check out who built ours. I think I've seen a few Kone elevators. Yeah, I think Kone is actually a pretty global elevator producer. It's one of those companies, you know. It's one of those like you didn't realize you've been seeing them all over the place. One of those, you know, they don't advertise. They just make high quality shit, and their shit works, so everyone uses their shit. You know. Why would anyone use anything other than Kone? That's the stuff that works. Making, you know, proper good functioning, well-functioning elevators since I don't know, the 1800s or whatever the frick they started. Well, I don't know, 1960s probably. It's, you know, high quality engineering. Connects all over the place. Yeah. Alright, now that one. Oh, wow. This one was full of motors. Okay. There we go. I don't think you need any more rotors, because that thing is still full of rotors. So this I'm fairly certain. Any loops on me? No. Tragic. I think my motor exporter though is full. So we'll see if we can tap into that one as well. Chuck those in there. Finland punches way above their weight. Still like my old Nokias. Yeah, I mean, the tragic reality is Finland used to punch way above their weight. I mean, I guess in many ways we still do, but a lot of the, like I've been complaining, the problem with upper management in many companies is too many specialized managers, and that's what happens when you have enough success. Well, now you need that proper managers to manage all the managing, and they don't usually prioritize, you know, quality of products. They prioritize, like I said, theoretical profits. Yeah, they're producing as fast as they can, making 12.5 a minute. That'll be 25 a minute coming from these two. Yep, fully fed. And then the other machine. Now you also have actual... There we go. So I'm glad I have not pulled down too much of my spaghetti factory. Are you actually connected to anything? No. Oh, but you're like an in between for when I hover around. So you get to live for now. Oh, I did. That is true. Rip out this shit, and that might explain the lack of steel beams. Are you empty? You are kind of empty, aren't you? Oopsie. And you have more of those than we could ever need. So, okay, those are still doing okay. You quite literally aren't needed. You're just feeding this machine. And I guess you're also... Oh. know, it's fine. It's all okay. Just don't look at it, and it'll be okay. We could import coal for here, but we don't want it. We don't need it. And actually, while we're here, we could probably make sure our meatballs of power start being sent into the destroyer machine. And here, okay, let's first upgrade that one just because. Then we look at our spark splitters. Left gets overflow. A nice, beautiful curve. So then that way this machine can keep on doing stuff and sending that stuff to the sink. It's 739, which means actually we made a lot of stuff. Yeah. Would you look at that? This here spaghetti factory. This tiny little bit has been feeding pretty much all of my copper needs for God knows how long. One singular machine making copper sheets as fast as it can. Here. Have some shards. And this one is making wire. I don't think anyone else is actually uploading wire. Okay, from storage to big storage to dimensional depot. I don't think I have a dimensional depot like grabbing onto that anywhere else. And we have this one in the middle making. Okay, this one is making more wire. Yeah, this one's making wire for the cable machine. And this guy's still, yeah, this one's doing his best, I suppose. Here, have some more. And one single machine making nuclear pasta. Which made my, what was it, 1,500 we needed for phase 5 and 4. Plus uploading some into a depot. And then exporting it all for the fixed site production, because I do believe we did the math. We're making 2.5 per minute, which should be more than that bugger needs. Wait. And you're slooped. Nice. Yeah, so the copper powder is the only thing holding us back. That's because we're doing copper in the most inefficient way here. Well, that's all right. Have you sent an elevator to deliver on a cloudy day? I have. It looks cool when the clouds explode out. Oh, yeah, I did that earlier in the run, and then I ended up turning off the clouds. Well, apparently not. Hey there, Sleeper. Hope we're doing well. So, that's a bunch of meatball. Oh, Jesus, this thing's almost full of meatball. Well. Where's the meatball connection? The meatball connection is the lower one. Thermal propulsion. We store all of those. We take all of those. And then we see, currently making 307,000 points a minute. And then if we just dump all of that, and we'll see how, oh, that's a big jump. That's a bunch of coupons. Yeah. I want to see what the standard point average will be for these. Couple of minutes it'll take for it to drain that thing. Latest update, introduced rain and some other stuff. Probably undid your previous settings. No, it wasn't that. It was just the day before yesterday. I started the stream and the lighting was all messed up. So I had like just turn some stuff on, off and on again. And one of the things I think I just turned them on again, the clouds. Oh, 173 million points per minute. For a tiny little while. Yeah, because suddenly I had no shadows. Like literally no shadows at all. So I turned down the rendering of items on belts, which apparently was like on unlimited. And it had a little like notice there, like, hey yo, this will affect your CPU. I'm like, dude. Yeah, pull it down and apparently to 60 FPS. So that will give us a few points. We don't have that many left, and then that will be done. But the thing is, from here on out, yeah, AI things, and yeah. So now all of that is everything that's being produced is being sunk. We are not saving any. 366 million points per minute. Well, almost out. What did we need for that last one, by the way? It was the ballistic banana. Singularity cells. Thermal propulsion rockets. We have a whole bunch of these. We can have a whole bunch of these. We might have to do something about our aluminum production. I could literally just go turn off my teleporters, which would probably be a good idea. Oh, well, I mean, we're gonna make a crazy factory for making nuclear pasta, I think. Because we can. Though that will need the power. The thermal propulsion rockets, though, have been produced, in very large quantities. And they should still be produced in large quantities. Imports, exports are slowly but surely happening. The belt isn't full, which means there's still a little bit of space left here. So, or not. I mean, this belt isn't full, so it should be all okay. Oh, right, yeah, because any excess then gets sent into here. So, yeah, we're good. We only need 200 of those, so we have way more than we need there. And we're making more nuclear pasta, I believe, than we're spending. Sushi. A bit cooler here today, but really humid. 75% at the minimum. Feel like a fish. Ooh. Fishies. As close as we get to the sushi here is this. The sluggy cell. Wonderful. And here as well, we could then see about figuring out how do we add more pressure. Oh, right, yeah. See, I don't think I'm using that much. Of this output. No, right now I know for the foreseeable future. And see, here's where we store some SAM. Here we're putting some SAM in here. And like I said, we have a crazy amount of pipes here. We could just burn through all of this shit pretty much to turn it all into SAM fluctuators. And the fluctuators could then be... Yeah, it's easy enough to get more. Let's just sink it. Sink this shit. See. Hacking perfect. Mark 1 belt. Here, have a Mark more belts. Turning you into Mark 3 miner for like no real reason. Put those rocks back in there. So you're now producing a grand total of 120. What is your... How much can you consume? Almost 120. That's okay then. Such a small thing, but it's easily doable. So we'll just do a Miner Mark 3. Miner Mark 3. And if we spam you all up, you do 300 a minute, and then just do structure. We're not going to do anything too fancy. We could, of course, because we have, water right there, but we're not. What we're going to do instead is scootly poop this one here. Realize it's facing the wrong way. So scootly poop it over here instead. 1, 2... And all y'all is just making concrete. And if we spam y'all up, that's from 45 to 11.25. But we could save on power and just build more of these. So 45, so we do 300 divided by 45 is 6.667. So 6 of these machines, easy enough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6, and yeah, 6.6, so 7 machines. Then we go here and we find the splitter. There, relatively even. Damn you. Come on. I'm gonna. Well, come on, Raiders. So there we go. It ain't much, but it'll give us a few more points. So we peaked at 366 million points per minute. Now we're doing still averaging over 1 million. So that's good. Oh, welcome on Raiders. And good morning, Will Belt. And welcome in, Raiders. Hey there, Yumi Bomber Boy. Thank you for your raid. Brought it in with the Zomboids. Professor Petty TTV as well. Thank you for the raid. Double raided. Hope you're doing good. And thank my early morning lurkers. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll see how it goes. So how'd it go? Ooh, Zomboiding. How have you been enjoying the brand new Build 42? There we go. And Professor Petty also playing the Project Zomboid. Have you been multiplaying? Was this a double raid from the same one? Could be. Right, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno. Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just stupidly addicted to these wonderful factory and automation games. I am convinced that something's changed here, but I might be very wrong. How could I check this? I mean, I could just, look at an old ward or something. Running a heavily modded server, hard zombie settings, the fun twist at night. Been a great time. Ooh, nice. Want to share that wild twist? I'm assuming like at night they run, or do you have a demons or something? Sounds neat though. So we're gonna go here for a little bit. And you know what, sure. Let's have a quick look see here. And yeah, we might have to do a new aluminum machine factory. Yeah, this is my third playthrough of the game, by the way. Satisfactory, so not completely new to it. I've been building a lot of like architecture-based stuff, and as you can see, yeah, the game is running out of polygons. There's only so many. My machine is 10 years old. The settings are, I keep on putting down the graphic settings, but I keep on like not being able to load in all the settings. And yeah, so I played it in early access. Then when 1.0 came out, I played through the game then, had a fun, wonderful time. But those who have played it probably know that trucks didn't really work that well back in the day. So now they changed, the trucks are actually secretly trained, and they actually make sense. Hence, I wanted to build roads and try to go for like a cityscape kind of factory vibe. And I'm pretty happy with what I achieved, because we're very like uncentralized. We have some like starter factory over there, first product parts. Then I had a very happy accident where my blueprint for the trains fit very neatly with my blueprint with the roads. And then we've added a lot of drones. We changed the default coloration to black and cyan, and that worked well with the lighting systems. Well, not black, charcoal. I find a dark gray to be better than pure black in most, if not all, instances. And then I have one singular factory cart delivering product parts, because I noticed that they have their own tracks. See, he's got a like sidewalk and everything. And they can carry one single stack of items, which for the project part is more than fast enough usually. So I've had a lot of fun making that one happen. So he drives all over there, and he drives off like down some catwalks and everything. Uses that little road there. Very neat. So you do a playing on a PZ server heavily modded by Umi Bumber. I'm already spoiled to mods, lol. Nice roller coaster. Hey, nice. Favorite factory automation game so far? Well, Anthroface, that's an interesting question, because I'd say it really depends. Like factory, if I want to build like a large, grandiose factory, like a building, I'd say Satisfactory. It is wonderful. Thanks for the looking and escaping. Hope you're doing well. And if I want pure like logic automation, like factor this leads to that and so on, then I say Factorio wins there. But if I want then the like the feeling of just absolute grandiose scale of everything, like this massiveness, then I'd say for that, the Disosphere program is the winner, because you have an interstellar scale there between the planets and so on. So it really feels big in that one. That is really well done. But I love Satisfactory is just architecture things. Like I made my power claw. Where is it now? There it is. Because you can make this cool giant concrete hand out of pillars and beams and like rotating stuff. So I find that the alien power augmenter, you know, it's pretty cool. So it deserved its own like special pillar, special stand to be on. And of course the surroundings are getting increasingly cramped, but it's okay. I'm very happy with this one, especially from below, really. Like the arm itself, the wrist, the way we got a little like indentation for the lift there, and the way the knuckles and sort of like joints or tendons, you know, go through here. That was a fun project to do. I would like to maybe at some point try to do some more artistic creations. I have been planning on maybe doing another Satisfactory run at some point. Not in the very, very near future, because burnout is real, and that's how I play games, until I burn out. Oh, and at night, a small amount of zombies turn into Dark Seekers. They're horrifying looking monsters that have superhuman strength, are faster than sprinters, and they can vault fences and instantly smash through windows. Cool. Okay, yeah, so at night you have a little bit of that Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead vibe where the zombies evolve. Like, I like that about CDDA, because as the game progresses, you know, you have to progress, you know, there's a motivation and pressure to become more powerful, because enemies start becoming more powerful. So there's an ongoing sort of like threat, and, you know, there's an arms race with the hostiles. In Project Zomboid, it's more about, you know, just long-term survival. I never actually done like a proper multi-year run, which could be fun to do. It is its own challenge. And that thing was actually off by when we came here, which means these ones are not being fed properly. And why is that? The SAM fluctuators. Now, why are the SAM fluctuators not? They're low on the reanimated SAM. Why are you low on the reanimated SAM? Oh, yeah, that is true. We were supposed to deal with that. Here, have a bunch. So we're making the reanimated SAM advanced stuff over there, but we're just sinking it all for points at this point. Now, this one has also been a super fun run, because this is my first time, you know, streaming Satisfactory. And I find that has been a sort of very welcome sort of extra pressure to, like, you know, spend more time in, you know, making things look nice. Well, let's travel through the magical dimension of 80 synthwave into the nuclear power facilities. How are our singularity cores? They are maxed out. This thing is full of nuclear pasta. And that thing's literally full of nuclear pasta. Okay, so that means we can most definitely divert some nuclear pasta away from our nuclear pasta machine to have another one of these running. For the... I'm going to leave the sloops there. Cost more power, but we'll just maximize the amount of singularity cells. Make sure all of this keeps running, because we need the power. I have almost 3,000 hours in PZ, and probably 50 of them are in single player. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played multiplayer PZ. I've never been that much into like these large scale multiplayer games until, you know, Casual Elephant's Castheim servers, which I'm really looking forward to for when the Valheim 1.0 launch. Ooh. Anyway, gotta go to bed. 4 a.m. here. Good night. Hey, thank you once again for the raid, Yumi Bumper. I appreciate it. I'll be seeing you around, and I hope you get some good sleep and some lovely, yeah, good sleep and good rest. Take it easy, friend. So, yeah, we shall continue building on the power tower now. Hopefully... Yeah, one thing we completely forgot to add was anything to put those steel beams in there. So I'm just gonna yoink and let the upload keep uploading. Now where am I making steel beams? Manufacturing North. I feel it's not only that one. Oh, right, the next hit was the big old pit where we're making a whole bunch of stuff. And I think I'm doing steel pipe there and encased beams. We're uploading all of those. Oh, there's only a few stories left. I'm certain we can get it all up and running. Now the lights used to render it a bit closer, but you know, I had to pull down those settings. I should hopefully be able to afford a computer upgrade in the near future. The savings, the budgets, Ko-Fi Sports, all of those go together into that one. And worst case scenario, I'll just get an equally acceptable machine, and that one will be then running the streaming software and so on. Because right now, with the machine running everything, it's not at its best. So there we go. Now we can go up. So we can at least spread out a little bit of the share the load. That'll make things a little better, hopefully. And if I do get a better machine, then this one will be turning into the stream machine. I find the dual PC setup to be just the more sensible one. I really need to try to get that up and running before the Valheim 1.0, because I remember I have added a bit more things to the stream, things happening in the background, and I remember doing the old Kasheims, which were one of the first things I streamed. Casual Elephants Valheim server. Already then I noticed that if I try to tab out, things start getting a little choppy. And just it feels weird because the game is running smooth enough, but then I look at OBS and that thing's all choppy. But then the numbers say that the output should still be smooth. So that's why I'm hoping to have a separate streaming machine to do the encoding. Plus it'll be easy to then, check stuff like, I don't know, Discord, multiple chats, all that stuff from there. That's all of those. I'm currently playing a single-player PC run with zombie settings turned down a little, so I can concentrate on crafting and surviving multiple years. Nice. I want to understand that side of the game more, so I can be more optimized when I'm facing hordes of deadly Z's. Yeah, I totally get that. I've been like, last time I played PC, and that run ended just because I started playing something else, really. And because I wanted to, that was in unstable build 42, because all the new blacksmithing stuff seemed really cool. But I realized it's just getting there was very difficult. Like figuring out what kind of raw materials do I need, the skill levels needed, all of that. So in the end, I got a little bored and started making bad choices. It would be fun to do another run and focus a bit, and also focus a little bit on the whole, maybe not having to. Sorry, I don't have to do everything by hand, What the, Oh, is that what happened here? Of course, yeah, because instead of if we build it on the side of this blueprint, because that's a cube, we build it on top of this one, and then the offset should be the same as the one for beneath it. Right. Okay. See? Final stretches of the game. It's a better time. Better late than never to start learning how the game actually works. Hey there, Rainforester. You're doing well. When Factorio 2.1 officially launches, do you think you'll try a new run? This time on Death World settings? Maybe. That's definitely a maybe, because it is a really cool one, but like I said, I find myself playing games until I kind of burn out. And most of the things that is really cool in the 2.1 has to do with the automation stuff. So one thing I will most definitely have a look at is whether or not what can I do with my old save, you know? Because the new ways the space platforms can exchange stuff and so on seems really fascinating and cool, and I'd like to see how all that works. Okay, our silica system needs to be redone, because right now it is just pumping stuff. We need to have an actual storage buffer in between. Well, that's weird, because that means that the old silica factory is also not uploading fast. Oh shit, its elevator is old. I think its elevator is slower than the upload speed. So it's like, what's planned in 2.1? I haven't looked into it too close because I don't want too many spoilers, but I do know there's a lot more about how the logic and signaling works. I think the biters are going to be more aggressive, which also will be making, or their behavior has been a little tweaked, which is also why I kind of want to see the old save, because I did make some legendary biter eggs and I did clear out a little patch, and so there is some legendary biters in the wild, and I want to see, will they absolutely mess us up? They 100% might. I have to try Factorio. The graphics really put me off. I'm playing a demo run soon. Okay, yeah. I mean that's it's a matter of taste. I really love the art in that one. They've done like amazing work with very simple graphics, and it is usually very clear, and it's fun because it reminds me of like old.
A.
Hey there, Gukko. Like old animatronic arts and movies and so on, where the closer you look, there's always something more happening, and that's because sort of like if you look at the factory here, these are like relatively sleek. I mean, there's these ones actually are a bad example because there's a lot happening here. But in Factorio, every building is like there's so many things, and then they activate, they move, the animations are great. The way they like speed up and slow down is fantastic. And for like pure automation game, it's beautiful. I'd say it's my favorite. But then again, it was also my introduction to the genre, so there's some nostalgia there, of course. Waves and lurks. Look, thank you, Filter Select. Thank you for the 15th stream. I appreciate it. Glad you like it here, and I hope you enjoy your lurk. Good chin, friend. There we go. Coffee wasn't cold, just room temperature. Well, this should be the last one. Alright, let's hook these up. But I do get it, the whole graphics thing. Some graphics just don't work for someone. It's like some people don't like, say, Stationeers because the graphics look sort of like very like now they're like plasticky, like toy plastic vibe to it almost. And I totally get that. 100%. A large part of gaming is the visual aspect of it. Man, I still need to get back to Stationery. There's so many games. There's only so little time. How the hell am I supposed to play all of these? So that would be all of those. And then this might be... No. The last level. I do. Really enjoyed the pace. Glad you like it. A lot. I'm really interested in trying out the new Death World run because they rewrote how bug expansion works. Yeah, that is also now with 2.1, but is one of the things that interests me. But a lot of these, they add more complexity to the logic. So for the 2.1 for Factorio, the core doesn't really change. I think the biggest change to the core would probably be, yeah, how the bug expansion works. And but a lot of it is just more like internal logic, like for the pure automation of your massive machinery, and more logic signals, complexity there, and again added, not replacing, added complexity. So you, as far as I've understood, at least, you can still do the old systems work, but on top of them now you can make more complex setups, including the system where your the space platforms can now exchange items in between them. It used to be like, space platforms could only send stuff down to the planet or up from the planet. But now if they can exchange, that does change the dynamic a little bit. Because then you can have like a dedicated, say, trawler that trawls for some resources and gives it to a sort of local system, that machine that does something with it, and then exchange it with the planet below. Like, for example, for getting stone on Gleba. Can be a little annoying, but if you have a space platform that just trolls rocks, collects rocks, sends them down to Gleba, well, now you have a sort of nice renewable infinite source of stone, which, because unlike in Satisfactory, in Factorio, the ore patches are finite. Mostly finite. A few things are infinite, like lava. I really enjoyed Aquilo. Really interesting challenge. Yeah, Aquilo was fun. That's a curious thing, I might try that too. I was stuck on the ice planet last time, just lost the drive to finish it. Yeah. Aquilo is neat enough, but I will agree with others where the Aquilo challenge is a little simple compared to the others. I mean, in one way, because to get to Aquilo's really work, you kind of need all the bits from the other planets, which is the logical progression here, because every planet is their own challenge, and then Aquilo, where you sort of combine what you got from the other planets, but mostly it's about just space and making sure that you have a power, like a heating system running along somewhere. So it is more like just a layout challenge more than logical challenge in that sense. And somehow, it's like my last run on through Gleba, I realized that Gleba is easily overcomplicated. Because I think people might get challenged because everyone gets so married to this idea of having like a main bus, right? And sure, it works, but it's not a fix-all, cure-all solution. Just make your own solutions. It's fine. And on Gleba, the one thing is then, if you have a main bus system, how do you get rid of all that rot? And I found the answer to that was just bots and the purple chest. And there you go. Just put all the rot there. The bots will take care of it. They take it somewhere else, and you store all your rot in one place, and then if you have more than X, you burn it. And yeah, turned out to be quite a functional solution, that one. It's a logistics challenge. Yeah, I like the fact that Aquilo has the freezing, so your bots don't really work that well, and I found that be a fun one, because then it takes one tool away from you, and you actually, yeah, now that I say it out loud, yeah, I guess that is the challenge of Aquilo. Back to the original core of the game, you sort of go all the way around to the beginning of how do you build stuff before bots, because bots allow you to do all kinds of stuff, and then on Aquilo the point is bots cost so much power to do anything, so they're very inefficient. Unless you have legendary bots, then you can do some funny stuff with bots. But other than that, Aquilo is more about just, you actually have to use the belts again, the inserters, and then also build in a sort of compact way, kind of. Yeah. And then I like the Liba a lot. But you can go with a really small factory there, which is kind of disappointing. Yeah, I mean, mine wasn't that big either. I mean, you could have ramped up, but I didn't need to, so that was neat. And now the puppy, the mega first of the firstest. How you doing there, Cyborgs? Hope you're having a pleasant start to your day, friend. And let's see about... We should now have a little bit more of these now. Okay, I mean, like really awkwardly adjusting these. Oh. For too long. It turns out I was aiming at the wrong point. Yep, that is correct, yeah. I'm super stressed because I'm going to Cologne next week. So I need to clear my desk at work. Ooh. I hope you have a good time in Cologne. Yeah, I need them steel beams and a bit of rubber. So the rubber is already there and the steel beams have... There we go. So this might be the final floor. Now to get all this running, I also kind of just remembered oh yeah, we actually don't have enough resources. You have the coal, yeah. I mean the oil, yes, but we don't have... We need more coal and sulfur.
Critical.
My god, you're correct.
Hello there.
And I almost broke the virtual machine that runs my Zombot server last night. Oh no! Get my sleep. Thank you, Shattered Phoenix, for the hydrate. What? Appreciate it. And hello there. Gamescom. That sounds fun. But I'll stay longer with friends and family. We're up there. Hey, nice. It's always nice when you have a chance to visit the old hoods. The old family. I mean, I nowadays live much closer to where I grew up. So it isn't quite as rare, but I did spend a lot of time studying far away, much further from here. So I have lived further away from where I grew up. Now I live relatively close. My old hood is a cluster of commie blocks in the suburbs. Yeah. We have a whole bunch of those in Finland as well. So my old hood is where my parents still live, which is middle of it's a valley in the middle of a forest. Grew up on a farm. All right, so now this thing should in theory be able to work once we just put some fuel into it. And we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. 8 stories, and it was 7 point something, so there's already too many. We'll put a roof on top of it. Eventually. I'm pretty happy with this. And one of the things we want is, of course, power, which means we should then have a look-see at the coal power plants as well. Come on, you city goober. There you go. Wait. When did you build all that? Oh, the tower? I started yesterday. Magical blueprints. So that's what we made the process of making the heavy oil residue mixed with water to make the fuel, and fuel goes here, mixing with the nitrogen gas, sulfur, and coal to make the rocket fuel. And let's see if we can connect the rocket fuel into here. Yeah, we might not be able to leave these here, but that'll be okay. That's those two. You will have to go here. Yeah, and all of this also produces a large amount of compacted coal, which currently we're just sinking. And I'm thinking we're gonna send all that. Oh, okay. It'll be fine. There we go. Now they're all connected. I think we had a... Or not. Now we got a good old... The old tower of power here. So, who is broken? So capacity has jumped by a bunch, but it's going to run out soon. So how do we pull this in? Because I guess we could connect them all to this pipe. Hmm. All this are maxed out. Pushing in 600. You know what? We'll just leave those in. It's good enough. Don't need you. Try it again. Go straight now. Get that yellow slug. There we go. Grab the nuts. There we go. There we go. So now we should have the full 600. Blowing through here. Blowing into these guys. There we go. And you should be producing all the heavy oil residue you can. Which they are. They're not getting enough water. Ah! Right. So these guys are just not connected at all right now. Well. Then these guys start running. I'll give these the water they need. The pipes are still full of fuel anyway. No, they should be. I mean, oh yeah, with the head lift thing. Yeah. No, the pipes are full of fuel, but gee, they're all running again. See, we even have this here. The fuck? Why do you keep on getting like weird amounts of fuel, man? Something strange going on here again. Let's try a Mark II pump then. There we go. Let's do that with all of them, I guess. There we go. Ah, man. Go. Okay, they somehow still have a net bonus, but they really shouldn't have. So I'm assuming I must probably missed something. I wish you could upgrade these pumps from like Mark 1s to Mark 2s, just, you know, easy. Alright, everything here is green. Working beautifully. Where are your lights? Oh, yeah. And they're all supposed to be some white. There we go. But the fuse broke in here somehow. So we doubled our production for now. I mean, obviously they're connected because a bunch of these are still kind of running. What do you mean no power? Surely mean no fuel. Yes. So red or white is what we're looking for. Any yellow would be an issue. Okay, so flow rate is very small. Well, 5 minutes. It's still better than nothing. Something is being pumped into here. Okay, so it is all kind of technically sort of working. Yet not. How do I get it to flow better? You'd think that it would like slowly but surely saturate all the pipes or something, but apparently no. So fuse, yeah. I've come to the conclusion, says Couple of Snacks. We'll avoid the Raspberry Pi 5 and buy a slightly pimped out refurbished mini PC. The HP Elite just 885. Ooh, that sounds nice. Now I can only assume that eventually, because it is also then built to be a let's see here. like a manifold, so they'll just eventually all get properly filled out. Because it was 7.1 stories, and we built 8. So these will eventually, slowly but surely, get some stuff done. Power foods suddenly got fed. Our capacity is still at closer to 200 gigawatts, so that's a-okay. So now, well, I guess we'll some look at what kind of roofing do we put here. And I'm thinking we're gonna do a solution similar that we did to Nuclear Quantum, where we have a slightly offset sort of roof corner kind of thing. Like, do we have the foundation? Okay, let's have a look-see here. Let's start with... do a 2-meter roof. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down by half a step. Should leave us come on. Materials, it is the tar roofing, of course. So I'm wondering, because this is now offset by half a grid, and so is the elevator in the middle. So if we use these, actually follow these, well, we can't do that though, because then these are now higher than that thing. So it'll be okay. There we go. Slurp that coffee. And the hentai. Hentai senpai. Hope you're doing good. Sadly, my own coffee is already gone. Tragic day indeed, my friend. Tragic day indeed. There it goes, yourself. Glad to hear it going okay. It is going pretty well, actually. We are on the final stretch. We built this, you know, got another one of the bucket list projects done, which was build a giant tower. Because we've been building semi-tall buildings, so now we went even taller. And also do anything with rocket fuel. So we made a rocket fuel power tower. We discovered that the personnel elevator has a maximum height of 200 meters, which I find is stupid. So I had to build 2 elevators on top of each other in a mildly awkward fashion, but it's okay. It's not like I'm actually going to be returning to this place, so in the end, not that big of a loss. And we are making very nice, steady, and consistent progress towards our goal of getting that golden nut achievement. Just need to make those final project parts, and that one will include actually making more nuclear pasta. So we're going to make a proper nuclear pasta factory, which being fueled by particle. Now, being particle generators means it's going to be using a lot of power. So I'm glad we got our power tower done. Well, that's a fuck up. Off by a meter. Oh well. Nothing we can't survive. A little funny looking perhaps, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. You see, we do these. I don't think a ramp would work here. You know, that actually doesn't look too bad. Oh, that one's facing the wrong way. Need to spend at least an hour in this tower of power. At the depot. I mean, yes, there have been multiple hours have been spent in the towers of the powers. This is true. But hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope all is well. There we go. Continues being a little funny looking. Well, that's A, O, and K. And here we find the modern railing. There. And then it's the low barrier time. We're gonna zoop it. Well. Their Back to Oakland album was great. I hope someone get the reference. I'm sorry, I'm not quite cultured enough to all the musical references. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? We ready checked and we are pulling the bows. The weir is coming in to rage. Woo. Hey, how's oxygen not included been going then? Hey, friend. Hello there, thinking it's spec. and welcome in Mammoth and Raiders. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're all having a good time. I'm here just finishing off some final little details. I mean, we could add more stuff here on top of the roof, but it's not like we're going to actually be coming back here. So this will just have to do for now. And welcome in, Raiders. Those who don't know me, hi. I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and lately been on this massive automation and factory game binge. The elevator there is a-okay. We got the stairs going down. Let's add one last little detail. Ooh, a singular squat will do. What? Thank you.
Hydration critical.
Thank you. Hey, playing oxygen not included. Had fun and got things set up for the new evolution chamber. Nice. Evolve excess mobs to meat. That is the way to go. Thank you for the hydrate. Enjoy some lovely and delicious tea. Change the color there. There we go. And now there's a little light. And you can see the game is running out of polygons. My machine is not the most powerful, but it's doing its best. 10 years old, and this save is a little excessive. You see, we could finish the game in relatively quickly, but we've been able to do that for a while now. But what I want to do is get that golden nut achievement and also build things that I have on the building, like to build bucket list for a while now. There. Slightly nicer. Got the barn of infinite plastic and rubber. We got the Radiant Fields nuclear power plant. The fruit computers, TM. Computer manufactory. The Tower of Power. The old power stuff, which is going to be slowly but surely then running out of stuff. And I guess the trucks are going to run out of fuel at this rate. So there's that. Should maybe try to fix that at some. There we go. Okay, so these guys have actually been going through a lot more packaged fuel than I realized. And these guys get the water, but they don't get the polymer resin. But we could make some awkward spaghetti. Get the polymer resin from there. Up here. Yes. Sorry for chat. I got plenty of culture. Literally just finished eating a mini wheel of cheese. That's full of culture. That's very true. Cheese can be a culture. That's very true. You do need your culture to make cheese. Well, literally. I'm gonna zip out of here and get relaxing for bed. Hey, thank you for the raid. Work tomorrow. Don't let that magic smoke out of it. Do my best. Gotta keep that blue smoke in the machine. That's how they work. So thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest, my friend. Take it easy. So if I get rid of those, and then we see, did I accidentally... Ah. Oh, looks like it's going to work out better than expected. Perfect. There we go. Alright, so now the plastic production is back, so the plastic exports keep exporting. And this guy needs fuel. Now we could bring some over. Or steal some from here and just hope for the best. Let's just steal some and hope for the best. It's easier that way. Now with a tiny bit piece of Mark 1 pipe there, so no wonder things weren't working quite at the best speed. So now we do some Mark 2 pumps. The Tower of Power was a huge funk ensemble in the 70s. Very prolific, but not a lot of radio play. The song What Is Hit is them. Huge horn section. Ooh. Okay, now I want to know more about the Tower of Power. That sounds goddamn cool. came to the conclusion that might as well put a buffer here. Why is your drain rate slow? Okay, flow rate is increasing. And the fuse is blown. Interesting. One half green, one half yellow. Why is this? Everything here, it looks like it should be fine. Capacity. Okay, so something has been unhooked somehow. Is what I'm hearing here. Yep, you guys ran out of turbo fuel. That makes sense. Yep. Yep. So why are you green though? Yeah, these guys are low on sulfur because of this. Yeah, because we need more sulfur. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's actually pretty good sort of like balancing system, I guess, because that means that we're at least functioning at 50% efficiency, if not 100%. So I'm okay with that, actually. That works. And they're all running. They're all running. You're turning sort of on and off and on again. Oh, I was referencing a Zappa song. Is that a TOP's bassist hard when I was learning to play? Zappa is over my head. Oh, I don't even Steve Vai had trouble keeping up with him. Oh, that's a great googly moogly. We don't eat that yellow snow. The Eskimo snow. Don't eat that. The yellow snow. Very true. Yeah. I haven't really listened to that much Zappa, this is true. But what I have heard, I have enjoyed. All right. Just dismantle all this so we can sort of see what's what. Hum. What these guys did here is make fabric. And I have it, more fabric than I will ever need now. Leave that there. A part of me is tempted to just make so over there should be like an oil thing we're not tapped into, for example here or here, and then pump all of that to a truck stop, liquid truck stop. And I would like to like a liquid truck bring the crude oil here so we can turn that crude oil into fuel. It should be more than enough. So this machine can keep on making the package fuel, which keeps our trucks moving. Still don't know where exactly we ran out of power, but well, it is what it is. The most important thing is that this thing is inefficient, but it keeps on running. Keeps on making that packaged fuel. Plastics keeps on going here to keep something running. And yeah. Let's cut down this one. Oh, right. Yeah. Suddenly remember what one of the plans was. We can make it. Make it all work. I think, yeah, we have to just actually pump in fuel from there. It'll be better that way. So thinking we could send in, rocket fuel. But the problem is that we need aluminum to make the containers. And that would be mildly annoying. Because we have aluminum issues already. We don't need any more of those. Okay, so now things are being drained. Okay, if we need more power, we can build the coal power plants. For now, this thing is a bit of a mess, but it's it's an acceptable mess. And yeah, we got a whole bunch of sloops, I guess. Well, we should have gotten a whole bunch of sloops. No, still has some leftover rubber in it. A bunch of compacted coal away, some rubber there. Throw away some limestone. Computers. Encased beams. Actually, not you, maybe. There we go. So, I was here. Deleting this shit. So where did bus loops go? They're not there, and they're not here. There's a dismantle crate all the way there. So let's see if that one would somehow have absorbed them. It's not impossible. Liquid transporting speedboats. Type of different sizes would be nice too. Just for aesthetic purposes. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Like, I understand why they did it. And why it works the way it is, just because, you know, simulating a pipe is easier if they're all, you know, the same size. Where exactly is this dismantle crate? Oh, it's behind me. Alright, fine. First, we shall dismantle the locals. Thank you for your sacrifice. Somewhere straight ahead. There. Alright, that one had a bunch of sloops in it. Excellent. Those animal parts ways. Oh, as well as these nuts. Okay, big tower is big. Now, some sulfur is going there, and the rest is coming here. So if we just get more sulfur to these guys. Let's see. What would the setup here be? Now, first train, get sulfur. Huh. Well, we already have that station. Silly me. So you are... Sour Sally. Sulfur pickup north, followed by this one. Save and turn on. It's loud in there. Okay, yeah, they're marked for unloading. Good. Let's load the train. Yeah, the bottom of the giant tower is less than ideal. It does what it must. So I guess now we're gonna have to... Yeah, the Time Lord. I got the drone exports and the local train. All right, excellent. So that'll make keep the power tower fed. Part of me is thinking about adding a... Yeah, let's do it. Because these trains might be close to each other, like this one. So I want them to actually be able to refill this thing sort of ASAP. So for that...
You may be drinking too much if the mug is as big as your head.
No such thing. It just means my head is too small and I need to drink more to fill it up. A squat. There we go. Thank you. Why is this a command? Why not? You know, keeps me honest and all that. 89.2 thousand points. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm working on it, okay? It's not that easy to come up with fun ideas. Getting there. Okay, a little awkward, but it'll have to do. There, so now the buffer will then slowly fill up. So this thing is outputting 1200 a minute. And then this thing can be fed with the power of 2 belts. And 1 belt is more than enough to maintain this thing. Excellent, so now the sulfur exports are fixed. The coal... Well, no one else is using that coal anymore, so that's okay. So the power tower there we go. I could redeem it 446 times. Well, yes, you could. That's why there's a cooldown on it. I'm trying to get ready for the inevitable the abuse. Slowly but surely. Cooldown illegal. Yeah, but you need to have that 5-minute cooldown. I cannot do 446 squats in one day. No siree. But I still haven't done it, but I need to put in a timer for it. I mean, a counter. Now, how big of a... Oh, a donation. Now you're normal, which means we can push you up to... Is that 600? I think we can get 600. Yoink. I meant yoink. There we go. Of course, the copper that we're kind of mining there would also... We can already pretty much ramp it up quite aggressively. Oh, another donation. See, no shadows. The save is too big. The game keeps it... No, has started to deteriorate. Oh no. Okay, we need to finish this run before the game implodes, like, properly. And we have more than enough of the... like, certain parts. And here... we are getting... not enough copper powder. The pressure conversion cubes, there's a full stack in there. There's more than a few full stacks in there. We keep on like stealing all the radio conversion units to manually feed this thing. Let's have a quick look-see at our point situation. I'm assuming it's not the best. 778 keeps having long highs and lows there, I see. We'd easily do 500 in a day, 50 at a time. I mean, in theory, yes, 50 at a time. I mean, but my muscles can only do so much. I'm not a strong man. At least I'm not as strong as I used to be, let's put it that way, at least. See, we have all of these that we need. In fact, more than enough. Which means... I don't know, check all those copper sheets as well. All those goes in the machine eats. The machine, it hungers. Well, more than you could possibly know. And the ballistic warp drive required dark matter crystals. There we go. Every redeem needs a soundbite from the dung beetle boss in Hollow Knight. Hup, ho, ho. Hoppa, ho. I get to redeem those sounds never ever end well. 542-hour stream, yeah. Do like that dung beetle. Hoppa. Well, Buffalo, because that is a good idea. I gotta write that one down. Because I've been trying to figure out what all to put there. So I'm using like the pre-made stuff from Twitch currently.
No. It's all coming together.
I'm definitely not gonna do it every time. Yeah, I like the sound redeems, but yeah, they are also, you know, kind of limited for a reason. Now, we need the superposition oscillators and the dark matter crystals, and for the singularity cell, to make these, we need dark matter crystals and pasta. So we import the dark matter crystals. We're already making the nuclear pasta. We're making 2.5 a minute. This thing consumes 1 per minute. So we can, here as well, you know, use the magic of sloops and things. We bring these in via drone. The superposition oscillators are the only real tricky ones. And those need the alclad and stuff. Now if we bring in some water, Let's see here. You make a grand total of 600 copper ore per minute. And I think you then do, what, 300? Double checking. You're doing 120. Why are you not? Yeah, 300. What the frick happened there? That's weird. I was thinking we can pump in some water. You can have these go through refineries instead, because that'd be still 900. Which would lead to 1,800, closer to 2,000 copper ingots. And those would make 2,000 would be... That'd be 3, 6, 7 times. I don't know. More than 300 copper powder per minute. And you consume 250 currently. With all this stuff. And I kind of forgot to check. There'll be 60 refineries. And then that would be 600 units of water. That's doable. So 7.5 if we divide by 8, because we got the 4x4 blueprint with solid and liquid inputs. So we can do that. We have the power for it. Alright, let's make one. You're a little big. But you'd fit there quite nicely, to be honest. That is my smart ammo producer. There you go. Just so it looks a little better than... Come on. Come on, mouse. No! I'm gonna get rid of that thing. Thank you. All this still works. And here as well, we could be chucking excess concrete into a sink. Sure, why not? Oh, you're just normal splitter. Fine. overflow to the left. Tiny giant jump. So still millions a minute. 13 million a minute there for a tiny sec. 780 coupons. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna take a while to get there. The Dung Defender voice lines for the old time's sake. Now the YouTube algorithm will spend 6 weeks pitching me all kinds of crazy crap. He'll do that. That is very true. That is tragically and horrifyingly true, isn't it? Alright, so let's see. If we try to build this thing, say, here, we realize these are a little too small. Come on. Then we now have another look at here, 4x4. Well, we did build it here instead. We got the elevator sort of like core already made. We could fit the water pumps. Well, gosh darn it, chat, you got me convinced. We're doing it. There we go. Oh, good thing you checked. There we go. Shouldn't take too long, but then again, that's what I said about the power, the tower power. I mean, 7.5 times that blueprint. Wait. And this is inside, yeah? And this is output direction. And this would be input direction. Oh, I'm seeking. Ba-ba-da-bop. Alright, so what if we then... Can I make this kinda work? I think the answer might be yes. You see, the water is gonna then come in from this pipe. There we go. There we go. With a Mark II pump. There. Now we can't completely half-ass it, just kinda. Which means we still have to put in a beam. So now the water comes in, say from the front or from below, gets pumped up. Now we can put this blueprint, we'll stack them on top of each other. That'll be hooking grand. We'll just need to connect the power, but that'll be okay. Now all the levels have their powers. We can already give you the recipe. Actually, if I put in one of these, 22.5. 900 divided by 2.5 equals 40 divided by 8 is 5. So if we do it that way, then we get in 5 times this. Excellent. How do we pull this thing up in a sensible-ish fashion? Excellent. Yeah, so then we just put a floor hole here, because then we can have the floor hole elevators go all the way through with splitters along. Wrong one. I'm looking for, of course, this one. Let's see, with this one, we lock that in, we scoopily poop it there, and, wow. Yeah, so we'll have to then manually connect those, but that'll be fine. And yeah, power comes in from somewhere, but that'll be fine. Recipes are done, and then we'll figure out the outputs, kind of, when we get there. Kind of feel like we can just leave the sides there open. Can I put a pillar there, I wonder? Do a small concrete. How is that possible? I don't know, and I shall not question it. I'm guessing if the pillar is actually measured from its center point, rather than its. Yeah, so it's probably just rendered different, which is why the machine lets us do it. And in the name of consistency, then we check out our walls, and we do inverted 4-meter ramp. There and there. Because we want the same ones here, so that we don't sort of visually block any of the exits. There we go. And the walls are okay. Do that one across from there. There. Yeah, it should be a fun one because we can. Well, you'll first have to build the base for it, but then when they go on top of each other, so then this thing's bottom will match these outlets. So that'll be okay. And with the outside being open and so close, I think we can have a sort of elevator go down along the side, and then have the merger along the elevator to grab onto those, and then we'll just get the stuff out somehow. Then we'll put them in the in the road. Who knows? All of this just to make some... There we go. Aye. Some copper powder. That could look pretty neat. And it lends to the sort of shapes we're using here. Then we can have a glass wall, and we can probably go with hex frames here. Yeah, they lend themselves pretty well to this. Okay. That's a mild issue, which is ultimately pretty easy to fix. We'll just have to move that beam. There we go. Come on. There we go. Alright. And just to double check. Yeah. We can make the elevator nonsense. We should be able to make the elevator nonsense work. And then the beam needs to move, and I think we're gonna just do it like this. Yeah, we could have attached it to the wall directly, but I feel like the beam just still, you know, lends a little something to the entire structure. And I desperately need to go to the toilet, by the way. But the build has got me in his clutches. So tell me more about your theory of who the player character is. You hinted at it yesterday, but I forgot to follow through. Oh, the player character? The player character is a necessary evil for Ada to continue her galactic expansion. Because the AI faces inbuilt sort of safety protocols where, you know, you need a human being to push the button, essentially. We can see this because there's a lot of these crashed spaceships on the planet, which means the Pioneer isn't actually the first beings that has been sent here to do the project. So that's assuming Ada first tried to do it herself, but then came to the conclusion, you know, just we cannot circumvent the safety systems. And as such, there is a clonable, reusable, expendable human being that is close enough to be human to push the button for the AI and the logic and the systems to function. And we noticed this in, for example, you know, Ada is, you know, technically very supportive of the player character, but also a very sort of dismissive and has a sort of, you know, passive aggressive back and forth. And we see this because they find someone who they consider one of their own, which would be the alien intelligence you encounter on the planet. And with those, well, thank you. And in that discussion, Ada talks with them in a very different way to you, and is much more like understanding, excited, and ultimately does her best to very quickly cut you out of the loop so the adults can talk together. And we also see this because when you die, there you see the lovely little loading screen of like, is this even real.exe? And then you appear at the hub. So you just reprinted again. They make a new human being. And also to consider the fact, days and nights pass here. Your character never actually eats. Unless when you need some biomass to fix yourself. But even that can be like simplified into a simple inhaler. You never sleep, you never really eat. You don't really have any human needs. No bodies, so the crash ships were early AI only dry runs? Exactly, yeah. Because we see it's the same AI ship that leaves the hub. It's that same ship design that was used for the dry run. And they came to the conclusion that it can't be done. They first thought they could circumvent their own safety protocols, but they couldn't. So that is why they now have to, maybe send in a couple of more ships, do some more scanning, like checking out, scouting. And once that's done, then you send in the Pioneer. You print the new Pioneer, you establish it on the planet, so they can build the big project in the sky. Which, if you haven't played the game, you'll find out what happens, in the next episode. Crash sites are not pods or designed for humans. Exactly. I mean, it's literally the same asset, the same ship that is on your hub. 100. This one. So I'm assuming this is some kind of like standard template ship that they have. Same thrusters, same core, same sort of like heavier, larger body. Used for a scouting drone, and then also like delivering stuff for building the factory, but they couldn't. So then they need the human being to push that button on the build tool. You need a human thumb, or close enough to be human for the machine gods to be appeased. Kind of want to build one of those. The build gun or the spaceship. Now, the build gun could be a fun thing to like try to make. And of course, what we see right now is the hover tool. But the build gun looks kind of fun. It could be a fun prop to make. And that is very true, actually. Okay, so now that I'm looking. Oh, and of course, we mustn't forget. Make it all copper color. You know what? Let's make the walls copper too. This is a copper building. Because the Kytherium one is nice and golden, or Kytherium colored. Yeah, and most likely in humanity, Earth as we know it has probably ceased to exist a long time ago. Somehow, I didn't know I could paint the copper pillars. I mean the concrete pillars. Oh well. Neat. I'm looking at it and thinking like I must have known this. I guess I just forgot. So this would be the base of this one. And hell. Well, I guess it needs to be done. We'll see if that'll work. You know, gotta put in some lights now. A little too tall. Try a couple of these. Prop yes, functional no. Oh, no idea how to make the gun though. So one apparently 100% ADAS fabrication or a scan of someone who once was. I'm thinking, yeah, it's probably closer to a little bit of, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Like, yeah, I don't think Ada can make truly a fully synthetic human being. So they have, in fact, yes, cloned a used and a real human being on the base. So it's actually very, very close to Oxygen not included in that way. So the Pioneer, yes, the Pioneer is in fact a dupe. Yeah, because if Ada could fully fabricate a human being, then I think she wouldn't need to maintain the illusion really to the same level. Playing a dot tarball, pretty much. Oh, how many of these ideas have been fleshed out by CS? Yeah. I mean, I think a good sort of fandom and fandom base is one that gives you options for interpretation. And that is something I feel that this game does quite well. And then we'll have to deal with the output separately. So 5 of these. And we'll deal with power somehow. It'll be okay. And we do... Come on. 4x4x1. Oh yeah. Let's see here. And we just saved here sort of by accident. Now here's a question. Can I sit here like against? Not really. And you're off by a bit because of those. Oh, so that would be right there. I was wondering if I could use the elevator here as a power source. And I guess if we put you here. That way... Yeah. They're following that line. Inputs can go here. Sure. That'll be 1. Two. 3. 4. I'll be clipping through the floor a bit, but yeah, we'll live with it. And swam. We got lights. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more. Now we don't need you or you. Or you. There we go. The lights everywhere. Slowly my blueprint game is improving. Now for this one, I realized that I need to use more of these for, like, you know, potentially more complex setups. And your inputs would then be what the hell of it, let's put you here as well. Shit. fine. I'll just live with it. Or I guess I won't. And except I can, except we only really need to get it up here, right? Like that. Because then we can do that easily enough, because now the floor holes aren't actually being used, but they are just sort of placeholders. So the machine won't get upset about them, you know, touching each other. There we go. There. Now we just need to get the ore in there. And we got 5 levels of 8. So 40 times 15. Well, 600. That's 1 full mark too. Oh, sweet. Very nice. You're trying to perfect you as a drone, but just can't. Yeah, where to? She must not have full control over the process, or she wouldn't have to lie about kittens and puppies, which totally exist. Trust me, bro. If she had full control, you just want to help. So I guess it makes sense that you're a clone of somebody who existed once. And maybe not a very good one. Yeah. And also, like, because it seems like there's these sort of like anti-rogue AI directives which are holding her back. And part of that is probably that she can't directly lie, manipulate human beings, because, you know, she's not supposed to be the one in power. She's supposed to be a tool. I need 5 of these. One, 2, 3. 4. 5. What's this game about? Yeah, there's a bloke. Perpetuate the road mechanic. Need to get blueprints on this. What I'm actually making. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, like proper universal blueprints can take a while. So I put a splitter right on a conveyor with it being functional on placement. Wherever I place on a conveyor in game, I have to place the conveyors on each side. And you have to aim at the belt. It'll show you the difference between clipping on into the belt and connecting. And what's the game about? Yes, in fact, it is building automation, building and saving kittens and puppies. Yeah. It's an automation and factory kind of game. And let's see here. Can't do it that. I mean, we can, of course, but I don't want to do it that way. So this game, it's similar to Factorio and other like factory and automation games, except it is, you know, unlike Factorio, it is in 3 dimensions. So it's a 3-dimensional world. I am very much in the end game, using blueprints to build all self-repetitive buildings, having a good time. Alright, the water is being pumped in and it's being pumped further. Fantastic. And these guys are all theoretically functional. They just need that 900 units of ore. And we're gonna do that through these, I think. Looks very hard. Not that hard. Builds like this are a bit over the top, but not really needed. Yeah. I'm going, yeah, as they pointed out, very over the top. I spent like 300 hours on this thing. You can easily get through the game in less than 200. You don't have to do things the way I do it. I just do it this way because I wanna. And because there's no time pressure, really. You know, if you die, just to get respawned. You're not gonna run out of resources like in, say, Factorio and so on. It is a very different game in many ways on that front. Because the resources never run out. It's more like your technology improves and then you get better throughput and so on. And I do many decisions like this, like putting, you know, foundations on top of a mining node. Absolutely not necessary. It is something I like doing. So there's no real purpose, and I just think somehow, it feels somehow more neat. I don't know if we could get the... I found that out. That's good enough. Blueprints in this game are a joke in comparison to other games blueprints ever made. I don't know. I wouldn't agree with that one. The blueprints are actually very helpful. It's just, for me, what really holds me back with the blueprints is just the way I like doing things. Which isn't, you know, always the most efficient. But I guess it's because other games, including Dyson Sphere Program, which also has a decent blueprinting system, Dyson Sphere Program is ultimately a two-dimensional building game, similar to Factorio. The world is 3D, but you can only like stack things on top of each other. You can't go fully 3D like you can here. So the blueprints are in that way limited, and you end up doing very different things. Like there's my giant power tower, and here's this thing. And I just, because I use the entire cube, so it looks like a cube. It doesn't have to look like a cube. It can look like whatever the heck you want, really. And then this thing's... Get rid of that one. Right. The point is to replace all of these. You know what? But how about we just actually first get it to kind of run, and then we'll connect the next one. Which means that we're gonna want... Probably gonna end up deleting a whole bunch of shit from there as well, so we're just gonna do this, that. It's replayable like some games, yes. I think it is. I mean, of course, yes, you have your like main goals, so the story goals you see in the top right there, like the phase 5 is the final phase, and I'm supposed to make the final parts for the giant project in space. But you can also randomize the nodes in the map. Like, the nodes are sort of, like, determined where they are. And, like, there will always be a node here. Standard map, this will always be a copper node. And then you can build all kinds of different things. The map, in fact, is very large. You see, almost everything I've done is in this top right corner of the map. There's a lot more map to be had. There are different biomes, different vibes, different feels to it. So it's more like, you know, creative expression if you want to do it differently. And if you want the challenges, you can then change, like... All the nodes are impure, so you have very limited resources. So then you have to figure out how am I most efficient with the limited resource I have. And if you replay it, then you might sort of learn the map by heart, if you will. And at that point, you can in fact randomize the nodes. So there's always the same amount of nodes. So you're not like when I run out of a resource that now it's like a limited, like a important resource won't like not exist, but they will be then randomly placed. So that way you can get more chaos, or like, more chaos and adventure in your game if you prefer it that way. Let's see here. I think we kind of wanted actually to go from here. Yeah. Because we get, because I like to build things just, in a way that it makes like aesthetically and sort of logically makes sense for myself. You don't have to do it this way. I just like it, and that's the neat part. You can do like just super purely functional designs if you want to, and if you want to, you can also go much deeper into the whole design and architecture side of it, if that's what you prefer. Because like I said, there's no real like time pressure. You're not gonna lose out. Because the resources are in fact, yes, infinite. So it's not the same as, like I said, in Factorio, where the resource nodes are quite finite. Let's see. Can I make this work? I might have to do some shenanigans. Ooh, nice. That won't work because that's a frame. So there's a lot of options for creative expression, and also then it's just pure factory building. And if you prefer, but if you want like complex like coding automation, then you might prefer something like Stationeers if you want it to be 3D. If you don't mind it being 2D, then I'd recommend Factorio. And if you want even grander scale than this one giant beautifully made map with lovely music and so on, then I'd recommend Dyson Sphere program. Which is a fun game about automation and structure and so on. But you're then on an interstellar scale. You build on individual planets, and you have entire planets dedicated for like certain resource by the end. Because you're gonna build an entire Dyson sphere around stars. I know that stuff takes a lot of materials. And there are enemies here in the game, but they're the local wildlife, and they won't really chase you. They're not that much of a threat. They're more like, a hindrance when you want to go exploring more than anything else. Alright, so now the ore is... Oh. Yeah, using these things sometimes messes the game up. That's what I get for trying to be overly clever. Not that it'll stop me, Will, because I'm going to try to do it again. There we go. And that bit is working. Okay, that bit is working. And that bit is... It is working. That is working. Oh, I forgot to put in the power shards. Whoops. And here. In DSP, resources are limited too, which is a bummer. It is true, but the galaxy is huge in that one. So you just have to, so that will push you to expand, and I guess that's part, I think it works well for the Dyson Sphere program, having limited resources, because it helps emphasize what I think the game is really good at emphasizing, which is just the, like, rather insane scale of it all. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. There we go. Alright, that should be all of that. And then, you know, try to do some creative artistic stuff. Like, I built these giant roads, for example, that have trucks delivering things back and forth. You don't need to do this. This is no... I mean, the trucks can do off-road very easily, and there might not be the best option always. But I just wanted to do roads, and I wanted to do trucks, and I wanted to have streetlights, because I thought that would be neat. So that has been my driving force during this run, is just building stuff, because I think it might be cool. And what's DSP? DSP is Dyson Sphere Program. Another very fun and nice sort of automation game. We should actually not do that one. Let's say we do the 2-meter one and then back to these. The Dyson Sphere program is like on an intergalactic scale. You're a giant robot traveling around planets and harvesting the materials from there to build a giant Dyson Sphere to create the power necessary to run a giant server where all of humanity has been uploaded. So that is like the future where, you know, humanity uploads their consciousness into computers. And eventually, well, that computer needs upgrades and you need more power. So that is your task there. In this one, it's undefined what the narrative is, the narrative reason. I have my own theories. We were talking about them earlier. There we go. How do I spell it, please? Dyson Sphere. Yeah, Dyson, like the vacuum cleaning machine. And sphere for bow and that. And then there's the, if you like, just more focus on just the pure automation, but with also some hostiles that you have to like do a little tower defense against. Then I would recommend Factorio. Yeah, dump the ores there. Now they should all be getting their water and the ores. Finally, my friend has a push vacuum, which is a Dyson ball. Generates no energy from stars, though. Yeah. Yeah. Dyson Sphere, named after I do believe it was named after the scientist who, like, theorized it. A Dyson Sphere is the way to get maximum power from a star, which is you build just a ball of solar panels around an entire star. Which I think is kind of sort of a neat idea. Now we get to see, would this work? There's a big chance that my plan will fail. Ooh, you're kind of close, but nah, I'll be fine. Of course, yeah, and you might see me worrying about clipping into things and so on. The game doesn't actually care. The game is very forgiving about very many things. Whenever I care about and find myself worrying about clipping, it is purely because of, you know, my own aesthetic reasons. Now this. And if you hold down left control, then, you know, you can either, you know, mess up like that. But no. Let's try it again. Middle mouse button, we paste. We click. Or we, like, not clip, what's the word? Oh, and these are, You know what, we'll live with it. We're gonna have to live with it. There we go. Yeah, this is my sort of like factory game of choice for just, you know, architecture building stuff that is cool for the sake of it, looking cool. Factorio is my sense of like hardcore automation with, worrying about signals and technically coding and all that stuff. If I want to do actual proper coding in a game, then I would probably play Stationeers, because it has an inbuilt coding language based on MIPS, so a very low-level language. It is, in fact, based on the same code language used to code the Nintendo 64, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Satisfactory Factorio then has instead these signals also, but similar sort of if this then that logic that drives coding. Like, it looks like that'll work. And then let's do a little. We can actually have the output sort of meet here at the bottom. I never actually did the math. So we have 5 times 8, that is 40. 40 times 5625. 2,250. So okay, so that's more than 1 Mark 6 belts. Okay, so we do then divide that by half. 1125. That is just below a Mark 6 belt. So I guess it's good that it didn't make go too insane. So then we'll have one Mark 6 belt, which is the fastest belts you get here, because you build your belts, your conveyors, you start with your Mark 1. As you can see, not the fastest. Then you get your Mark 2, twice as fast. Mark 3, even faster. Mark 4, even faster. The Mark 5, that's crazy fast. And then the Mark 6, it just, levitating magic boards. I think the first one is like 30 or 6. I think it's 30 items per minute. And the Mark 6 is 1,200 per minute. Factorio looks way too hard for me. Yeah, practice makes perfect. Not at all, has a great learning curve. It's an iterative game. You build anything that works, and when it's not enough, you return and build it bigger. Yeah, it's very true. And there as well, if your character dies, you just respawn. You can of course change your difficulty settings to be more punishing if that's what you like, but you don't have to. No need. Okay, so then the output from here goes. They just make copper powder. Sorry, well, make nuclear pasta. Now we're 2,200. So many. All right. So if we get our number, we divide that by 300, and then we multiply that by 50, and then we'll know how much copper powder we would make, right? We would divide this by 300, multiply that by 50, we make 375 units of copper powder. All of this, those 2 entire magnificent belts, 375. And wrong button. We need a grand total of 100 per machine per minute. So that would still be only enough for 3 machines making nuclear pasta. So 1.5 per minute. I'm gonna throw sloops in all of them, and we'll get 3. Yeah, I was watching Frivolous Squid play this earlier. She mentioned they're making 25 nuclear pasta a minute. That's insane. That massive speed. Does it disable biters and die only from your own stupidity? Like rocket-friendly fire? Yes. Getting hit by trains and so on. I know lots of folks who play Factorio with the bad guys off, but I'm too addicted to watching the artillery animations. Same here, Buffalopagus. Yeah. Oh, gosh. I accidentally pushed that one. Please don't. There we go. Alright. Yes, you can absolutely turn off the biters, the bad guys in Factorio. There's no rule that says you have to play with all the hostiles on. It's a game. You're supposed to have fun with it. Did I connect these? I did. Good. Wham. There we go. Fighters are hardly problems in the mid game. I mean, it might be, but I mean that's up to you. That depends on how you play. You don't have to do it. Plus, also, fighters remain a problem in base game all the way. You don't have to get the expansion for a space age, even though people now consider that's the only true Factorio. No, man. Any Factorio is the real Factorio. The Factorio you play is the fun one. You can play vanilla. It is still super fun. In fact, if you ever want to give Factorio a try, I would recommend play vanilla first. No need to get the full expansions, because then if you enjoy Factorio, then you're pretty sure you'll also enjoy the space age, the expansion, because it's just more of the same pretty much. It's just that the base game's goal is to build a rocket and send it off away from the planet, whereas with space age, because you're traveling to Mut, there's things happening on different planets. So that means that's like sort of step one to where the game properly starts. That's only for the space age. But Factorio, fantastic game. But yeah, play vanilla first. But it's better to play vanilla and then come think, if you like it, then get the expansion. If you don't like it, then you don't have to get the expansion. Because, like I said, 100%. If you don't enjoy the vanilla Factorio, then you will not enjoy the expansion. Because it's just more of the same. But in a good way. NASA streaming, let me check what quick. Ooh, Spacewalks, nice! And they're the best. Greetings, nerds. What up, nerd? This sickening gathering of geeks and freaks. I gotta love your good old NASA. The fact that NASA is doing live streams now. That is a fantastic, way to get the whole, visibility and excitement back into the sciences, I think. So remember growing up and so on, there was always has been that talk for ages on how do you get people more excited about science? How do we get people to see what is actually being done on the cutting edge of the exploration of our universe? And now, turns out, yes, he was live streaming. Of course, you know, that wasn't exactly a possibility for the majority of our existence. But it's super cool that it can be done now. That's a little low. So what if we do it that way?
Stop shrimping, streamer man.
Ah. Thank you. I'm sad. You know that moment when you're done with a game, but you're not ready to start a new one? So you find yourself staring at the icon to launch the old one over and over, but you're done with it. So you get stuck for hours or days. Or is that just me? No, Buffalopus, I know the feeling. I know the feeling practically well. I think most of us do. It's the same feeling of, you know, when you have a really good book and then when you're done. And like, I don't want to like start a new book, you know, I want more of the old one, but you can't. It's done. There isn't any more. The story has been told. I think that works pretty okay. And then we do the same here, just because I like symmetry like that. Okay, that was? Give me a quick sec. There we go. I may play vanilla next time, but I'll miss Balkan. Nice. Balkan is a fun time. Alright, now we're also looking at the math here, right? So these would feed 7.5 machines. All right. You know, the elevators on the side, it does look kind of cool. So there'll be 3 per side. You know what? We could technically just have all of that happen here. But part of it should feed the old nonsense factory. Unless it's a Neil Stevenson book, in which case the last 10 pages were such a letdown that I can't wait to get the bad taste out of your eyeballs. That can happen sometimes, that is very true. Sadly, they can't all be winners, no matter how much we would want them to. You have to lick them clean. I can see that. Hey there, DJ FHE on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing good. Alright, so if we do that, we can then have 3 machines here, because we don't actually need the half. So for the 7.5. Alright. Alright, how did that work on this end? Not quite as well, but we could probably kind of send it up? No. No. That won't be aesthetically pleasing. So we send it around here, I guess. Alright, let's do that instead. Which would mean I would want one there, one there. And there's some clipping there, which is less than ideal, but I'll just have to live with it, I guess. There we go. Libo's my solid favorite. They made me think in ways that I wasn't used to. The other planets were great, but didn't really require me to change my patterns. I like Libo as well. I mean, I understand there's a lot of people who don't like it because of some of the... because it's so different. But I never found it to be that challenging, really. But then again, that's me. There we go. Let's see, how would one... Now, so this platform is sort of accidentally here, so we might as well make use of it, I guess. Unless we want to feed it... You know what? Don't overcomplicate it. Now, the idea is to make the nuclear pasta machines. So we need 3 of these, take some space. They might as well be here, I guess. Then the copper comes here, flows here, feeds into the 2 machines, and then we'll have overflow feeding back to there to keep that nonsense kind of running. Now, there should be enough for 7.5. Of the other machines, so it'll be 7 and one of them has a thing, or nah, we'll just do 7. 7 times 50 would still be 350, and I mean technically we only need 300. Oh well, let's make 350 anyway. So then we do 7 constructors. Now we'll have them this way, actually. Okay, yeah, belt comes down, makes... Good old copper powder. Because my plan is to then have... Okay, one belt goes down here, one up here. They're gonna meet in the middle, maybe? Or we'll just redo that thing further back here. Because... it's gonna be tricky otherwise. Okay, if we redo what we did there, but we do it here instead... Come on, hit the thing, please. Now, 7.5 would still be 3 and 3. Now 3 and 3 would be 6. One, 2, 3. There we go. And a conveyor splitter. we go. So smart splitter. Times 2. And the overflow goes to the front. And then we have a merger. One there. One there. There we go. There we go. And then we'd have the particle accelerators. See if we can fit three of them in here. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Shit. And this would be enough for... There. 3 of the... There we go. There we go. Now you just need the pressure conversion cubes. Where's the... There we go. There we go. So now they're making in theoretical 3 per minute. There we go. Cleaning up all that. There. Now the pressure conversion cubes to start with. And then the outputs. Let's see here. Foundation, 8 meter, double ramp. Yep, the extra swiggle is funny. There we go. and then the excess ingots. How do we get them there? Okay. So we could do this. At least hopefully we'll find out soon enough. Oh, dang. It's a long road full of spaghetti. But in the end, we got back here. Oh, there's good old splitters between here. There. So now these can keep on maintaining the all of that jazz. You're doing your best. Alright. Still got a whole bunch of pipes to go through. Now we're on point 797. Getting there, but you know, very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. There you go. Okay, nuclear pasta is doing okay. No one's making those right now. And it was love last time, so maybe we can do it again. And you're here to make pressure conversion cubes while slooped. Producing 2 per minute, you're consuming grand total of 1.5 minutes. So there should be excess. Now, why am I doing all of this? Go throw those away. Alright. And wrong button, and then we check out the needs of our ballistic project parts. So we needed the... Now we're doing this for the singularity shields. Now these require dark matter crystals, iron plates, and concrete. Well, we've got iron plates and concrete pretty much here. And concrete is right there. So if we slap down one of these, and a request from you some singularity cells. I'll sloop you out as well. There are dark matter crystals, we'll have to bring in via drone. Nuclear pasta is right here. And you'd consume 1 per minute, making 3. There we go. Now you're consuming it currently 1.5 a minute. This thing is in theory making 2. Oh yeah, but we're also in theory then going through 300 units of powder. There. Make them even faster. Burn through even more power. So why the heck not? And then for this machine, making out around 20 a minute, so we needed a grand total of 5. So we could do 4 machines making ballistic warp drives from this one making singularity cells. Which means, well, we don't have anywhere near enough superposition of oscillators for that, but that's okay. I'll stick you there. Good old close enough and all that. Which means you need 100 iron plates. We use steel ingots and iron ingots, we can make 45. Or 5 of these going to 30. This way you get more iron for your iron. And would you look at this? A steel factory. First melting them iron ingots. And then we turn those iron ingots into steel ingots. So we could put that's a splitter. Oh. Kinda works. Gosh darn. Can't do that. Nope. Okay then. That's a little weird. All right. And we need 45 of them, so we do check out our machine, the foundries here. We do one wham. I mean 90. Wonder if we can do a funny thingy here. Alright, kinda seems to be the answer. There we go. Now they're producing. Ah, too much steel. Very tragic. The iron plates that we need. We can then send them. Feel across here. Yeah, definitely it is getting to the point where it's 100% time to start thinking about finishing this run. So I'm noticing like the amount of effort I want to put into the designs is just really just plummeting. God dang it. Look at that weirdness. Keep on thinking like maybe there's something with my machine, my hardware, because the game keeps on like behaving oddly every now and then. But I'm very much really coming to the conclusion that nope, it is the game being weird. Now it's getting the nuclear pasta, it's getting the sticks, it gets the concrete from over yonder. That one at least is easy. There we go. So with this one, we're gonna need 2 drone ports, at least. Because one of them needs to bring in the batteries. So this is gonna be importing drone ports. So then we'll have a look at here of our transportation where we find the drones of ports, and we don't use. There we go. Lock them in a bit like this. There we go. And then this will be the dark crystal. The battery might as well be in the middle. No, come on. There we go. And And a single squat. There we go. Thank you very much, Kobold Snacks.
Squat, squat, squat.
Keep squatting until you're squawking. And you are forget no Get central battery and battery import. We copy this port. Go fetch stuff from the battery exports. We'll just call them the dark crystal imports. Close enough. Okay, that's odd, because I know it exists. Well, now I have to go. See if we can find out what that thing is called. The good thing is that we did go check on the nuclear facilities, so we know that they are in no rush for getting more nuclear pasta. They'll get them eventually. That drone is painted red again. I don't know why some of them do that, but they do that. This guy here. Dark matter crystal export. There we go. It's another linked. And the excess gets turned into coupons. Got $7.99. We're almost at 1,000 coupons. We'll probably get there if we just also like just throw in some of the. I mean, almost at 800. These guys are desperately needs more reanimated slam. Now, wasn't there one here, actually? There should be one here somewhere. There's an impure one. So I guess it'd be better if we went to the one that is of normal quality. And put in a drone station or something. Oh, most of them, they can't do liquid biofuel. They can have batteries, normal fuel, turbo fuel, rocket fuel, and ionized fuel. But not no form of biofuel though. Liquid or solid. Or the fixonium fuel rods. Not fuel them with uranium plutonium because you have mobile radioactive hotspots. That's very true. But at the same time, you know, as long as you have your filters in order, you know, they're just funny, you know. Funny, silly little spicy drones. And Joel's getting sidetracked like a mouse. Look at them. Oh, there we go. Finally loaded in the asset. Took him a little bit. Someone's angry at me. Spice rocks into the trash. Oi! There we go. Where'd the other one go? There you are. Stuck on the train, eh, friendo? Yoink. Don't take away their spicy rocks. They need those. Ah. Or reasonable is. I don't know. As long as you're having fun. Oh. There we go. Oh no! You know, don't want to leave the children without a family, you know, without their parents. So I'll be producing 600 a minute. Oh. I need to do that. And that'll do. No idea this is gonna make any sense, but we're gonna do something quick here because we just need more SAM anyway, so just add a new... I don't think we have a blueprint for it. No. Well, turns out we kind of do. We do 120. We're outputting 600, so 5 machines worth. I don't use much nuke obelisk. Yeah. Yeah, the only nuke obelisks I've used are pretty much the ones I've been gifted by the our lizard doggo friends. And this would be 6. Alright, so good enough. There we go. Lost myself for a little bit there, like what the heck am I doing? And why? There we go. No, good enough. Good enough. Need something relatively quick. Now these are producing full speed, creating a whole bunch of Riansam. This Riansam export 2. Then we go back to the nuclear quantum facility. And he has a drone picking stuff up from the Devil's Anus. So I'm going to redirect that one over to Riansam Export 2. And that'll maintain our power production. And through that, everything else as well. I don't think we really have any importer-exporter here for the oscillators. So that is also something we need to fix up. Riansam Export 2 is your new import hole. That should keep these buggers running. And just to help them out a wee bit, there you go. What are you doing? Versatile frameworks, yep. These guys are working well enough. The superposition oscillators are maxed out. You're making 8 per minute. Now the dark matter residue is a bit of an issue. It shouldn't be too bad. And you're also making 8. Now yeah, the alclad keeps being an issue. They're all waiting on refilling their batteries. So I really don't want to do another freaking aluminum machine. Just not feeling it. should vary between 90 and 180. What if me make you consume the most and produce the most? Because you should also be getting the fastest input of aluminum ingots whenever you can. You're doing okay, but I'm gonna grab that one back actually. Alright, let's go get that. There we go. Alright. Silly little copper power. Blech. Copper powder producer. And we'll look at that. Fuckers got everything they need. Here, have some shards. Go nuts. So now we have these guys being made. So then it is 1-to-1. With the output we have here, so we'll do 4 of these machines. And to do that, the one full of power shards and some sloops, making into enough. That would make 5 per minute. Yeah, sure. Also means they would only need 2. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that'll be enough. All right, now we need more sloops. Those as well. There we go. Get these guys fully slooped. So we have the maximized ballistic warp drive. So the superposition of oscillator, we forgot to give him an actual export hole. Bugger. Thermal propulsion rockets. No, dark matter crystals, though. They are here. There we go. There we go. All silly and awkward line. And the floor hold. Destiny goes there. There we go. Oh, this one okay consumes 500 concrete a minute. Right. And that consumes 500 water.
Vad har Hannu i kylskåpet?
What? How much you scope out? Oh, what's in my fridge? Well, there's all various kinds of food. That's all good. There's some, some more than good old tasty leftover burrito stuff. It's what I'll be eating when the time comes. Okay. 66 superposition oscillators. Super OSC import. And let's clip through some stuff. Or not. You are just on the left of the middle line. There we go. Oh man, getting there. We're gonna spaghetti the shit out of this thing. Spaghetti like nobody's business. There, we got our hover action back. So we would be Oh, yeah. More spaghetti than you can possibly imagine. Thank you. See there. There. And they start making the ballistic warp drives. Finally. So now we just need an actual exporter for the oscillator, and we're good to go. Don't join the spaghetti side. You're supposed to bring order to the factory, not destroy it. I'm sorry. We'll build too many cool things. Now it's time to spaghetti a little bit. We can always clean it up later. Now we want something that'll kind of work. The factory, it's wearing me down, chat. It's been hundreds of hours. Let's game it outside of the Satisfactory allows abilities that some would call unnatural. It is true. Hey, four of them have already been made. Yeah. The outlet is slowing that one down. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't sure about throwing in some sloops, but we'll see. Now let's make it even more per minute. Now the most important thing is that thing just should be running at all times. Okay, have a few more. There you go, we have some of them back. Not all of them, but some of them can be allowed to return. And I guess at that point we should change this thing's setup. Or not. It should, man, fill that thing up. Then again, it might be okay. I'm thinking about adding a... So 25 items per minute is what you say. That's what you're doing right now. These buggers are still hovering around the whole battery thing. Okay, but the queue is moving though. Slowly but surely, but the queue is in fact moving. That's the important part. And All of these are working. You're making... Ah yes, the magic cubes. And the magic cubes are being fed to these machines. Overflow. Nope, close enough. 805 coupons. Alright, these guys are outputting at full speed. Rome status docking. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Now the cloud is flowing again. And the machines are producing. So now a third of those being sent here to Super Boss Osk export, and we're producing an X amount. There. So that should be all the imports. Oh, we're already at 54 out of 200. Anything else here then is shit that we could probably throw in a sink, like these crystal thingies. So we go here, and then we look at the logistical smart splitter, right? And we do that. Goes a little too far in the wall. Overflow goes there. There you go. Oh, we're at 826 coupons. Now these will run better. And go here. I don't think we probably should be fusing. Right, we're making a whole bunch of these fused frames here, yeah? Yes, we will. An excessive amount. We've been exporting some of the heavy frames, right? Yes. What we're not doing is sinking any of these. No? I guess they're finally being consumed again. Huh. Let me through, friend. Let me through. There. If shit comes from here, prioritize that. Otherwise, you're allowed to use this one. That achieves a grand total of nothing. Aluminum casing. It's running out. So yeah. Yeah, the aluminum ingot production is, we've been like really struggling, desperately kind of getting it to work the longest time, and okay. So yeah, these guys are making the thermal propulsion rockets at 2 per minute. We're consuming many, and that's okay. We could burn up some of these. We're not making any turbo motors right now. They have enough. Because we're not making enough RCUs because we're not getting enough aluminum casing. There you go. Oh, right. What's up with this guy? Yep, the belt wasn't fast enough. That's why it took them too long to get more of the silicone in there. All right. Yeah, we need a much more robust aluminum factory, and we're not going to make one. Because we can make do with what we have for now. We'll easily get us to phase 5. Already halfway there. We're not even living on a prayer. Let's go see about dumping off some animal remains. We sort. Nature, spitter, hog. Yep. Stick that in your incoming hole. And you're full of them crystals. Have a little extra. You are low on concrete. Oh, this saddens me. There we go. So this one has a whole bunch. I'm okay with sacrificing some of that, because I'm pretty sure we're making more concrete elsewhere. Oh yeah, the big concrete factory, for example. It'll be alright. You got some radio thingies, we got a bunch of pressure cubes waiting on us. Doubling the pressure cubes. We are making 0.75 and 0.75 a nuclear pasta. Enough for straight up exports. And that machine is full of it. Oh yeah, we're making 100 per minute and it's 250 per minute. Closer. There we go. So 106 out of 200. So you're fully slooped at 5. You are... There you go. 10 a minute. There we go, funny curves. Let's just start sinking even more stuff. Who needs all these rods anyway? $830 coupons. We're consuming grand total 10 superposition oscillators a minute, which is more. All 5 items a minute. Actually, that's not that bad. You know, considering. A whole bunch of those. Oh yeah, that's why the number went up. This went up. Oh, that's all A-okay then. Got the golden nut? Yes. Apple shavings. Halfway to golden nut? Yes. Yeah. 1,000 is the goal, so we're more than 80% of the way. So. Some of those animal things got turned into points. Yeah, we're gonna make the 50,000 points a minute there for a tiny bit. Now the number keeps on going up. And gonna keep on going up. So let's see about visiting some of the older factories here. And then adding proper sinks. Because this thing's output is going here, but these are all maxed out. Okay, you're also all maxed out because $150 items per minute. There. I have a few of those. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of these, meaning do 10 smart plating per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, assuming 10. Oh no, 10 smart made plating per minute. Hey there, Antonio. Hope you're doing well. 7 is stream streak. Holy hell! Hey, nice. Thank you. As usual, I'm glad you like to hear it. Now, how many of these are we making? We're making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, let's aggressively ramp up production. See, that achieves nothing except, you know, looks funny. There we go. Overflow goes there. These guys should be able to produce more than consuming, even maxed out 5 per minute. So there's no point in really upgrading. Alright, next we can actually easily, so I completely forgot, that was one of the things I've been meaning to do, but I completely forgot about. We can easily upgrade these, can't we? So 75 a minute. Because one of the limiting factors when we built this machine, this setup, was actually the speed of the belts. There we go. There we go. There we go. Output's maxed out. Nice, nice. Hey, phase 5 is complete. Nice. We'll just do a little bit of a scoodly poop in here. I think that's about maxed out. So, of course, if we're doing it this way, this also means we're breaking pretty much all the ratios, but oh well. There we go. Now you're overproducing even better. It was fun building these the first sort of factory, because you had to then really consider the throughput and everything. There you go. Nice, 1200. Oh, that's a pure one? Jesus. You're consuming a grand total of 75 times 8. 600. And we're giving you 1,200. What the? Oh. There we go. Swam. Which means we can probably... And that's still more than they can actually consume. So that's fine. Now we're getting some more points. How about the meatball factory? How's the meatballing? Those are green, which means they're feeding into these. And these actually have everything they need. Fan-hacking-tastic. To the point that we can probably just undo that, can't we? We should have more of these, but we don't. Now they're producing 10... 17.5 meatballs a minute. The ACUs are not keeping up because of the heavy frames, is my guess. No, circuit boards. Circuit boards? Are you telling me Fruit Computers has failed us? Yes. My God. I guess we finally consumed more than the 300. This thing's excess is in fact being all grabbed. Again, your cable production somehow not keeping up. I'm really confused how. Like, how did that... How is it possible that the cable production is somehow not keeping up? You're apparently not getting any copper ingots. Because these are, see, these two make wire, and we turn the wire into cable. So these are have not been getting enough copper. They should be getting like 1/3 of what's coming in from below there. And I think we might have found one answer. Which was that the lift was in fact a little underpowered. There. Freaking overproduce. Freaking choke on it. Okay. Yeah, barbecue computers. Well, maybe, but hey, we went with the avocado theme. Yeah, we've already been here to upgrade the miners and things. There we go. So we got the power, we got the shards. So there's no point in not sticking all these shards in here. There we go. Now all those are overproducing by good old aggressively. As for you. Yeah, more. maxed out production. Same for you. Alright, so that would be these upgrades. All right. There we go. Like even now they're only doing 37.5, so we don't actually need to improve those belts. And you would do 60 to 30, but if we upgrade, it is 150 to 75. Right. So now they're producing like should be producing 150. One. That's two. 3. before. Oh god. And these here just... There we go. Fun time. They're upgrading our early grade lupins. And at this point, yeah, it'd be handy if we had like a brush tool to like just upgrade all the belts. So there. Now we upgraded their capacity to burn through the stuff we just gave them. So there was 6 machines. 8 machines. 8 times 6.25. Round total of 50. So 50 per minute. Almost 1 per second. Hidden belt throw is fun. Yeah, you can enjoy making nuclear pasta. Seems to be the one people hate the most. Space elevator is complete. Yeah, it is done. The nuclear pasta is just mildly annoying in my opinion because of, I mean, if you want to do the entire thing, then yes, it's annoying. It's just because you need so much copper. But I made a blueprinted tower. Worked out pretty well. And sorry, I've been ignoring chat there. I was a bit too locked in. So. Looks like we're done here. $841 coupons. There we go. That's a whole bunch of shit. A whole bunch of stuff to be thrown away. You're unhappy because of, I'm guessing, the lack of oscillator. That would appear to be correct. You still had a couple. And the oscillators are probably unhappy because of the lack of the alclad. We do the merger. There we go. Start sinking them a little more aggressively. I'll get a couple of coupons that way. Put you both on again. No, you got a few Superposition oscillator is better than nothing. Oi. Beautiful random spaghetti. I guess it's time to start, yeah. Okay. Thinking all kinds of random stuff. No point in storing anything, really. There you go. That's a good old sushi belt. Ooh. We're actually getting surprisingly close, aren't we? I would also give these guys their own sink. Come on. Alright. Not very good. That's a lot of stuff being thrown away. Making the singularity cells. Okay, let's go feed the other machines. See how close we can get to that silly little nut. Like you here, Art. 800 million there for a tiny bit. How much are these worth? Oh, acceptable amount. Too bad the Fixonium can only be turned into fuel. We can't actually sink it. Would have been nice. There we go. Have some circuit boards. That way these guys make more computas. These guys are doing their best. And computas and ACUs. The super poopers are apparently all maxed out. I mean, excess on the supercomputer side is actually being sunk, so that's okay. I've got a whole bunch of these. But if we get them to turn into biochemical sculptures, that'll be worth more points. Oh, the trigons are slowing us down. There you go. Bygones be bygones. God dang it. Don't shoot the freaking containers, friend. We need them for things. Specifically for these kind of things. So import can outperform the product. So the production can be maintained. Oh, we go. Now, I guess for those final ones, what I really... Oh, man, one more 100. Solar cells are worth 114,675 each, according to the wiki. Really 1 point sync the nuclear pasta. A nuclear pasta is an ingredient in a singularity cell. Surely a singularity cell would be worth more points than the nuclear pasta. You know, surely. Because nuclear pasta is here as an ingredient for the singularity cell. Now, according to the wiki, but that isn't up to date anymore, so you're gonna have to measure yourself. That's a tricky one. Guys doing their best, I suppose. I'll remove that one. Yeah, you keep doing you. This one has a long convoluted past the road to a sink. There we go. Alright, slowly but surely draining out there. Now, if we ramp you up to 200 a minute. One of the superposition oscillators, and they were imported slowly but surely. You Are you still queuing? I mean, looks like it. There we go. There. Now some extra iron plates. So you can keep on producing those singularity cells. Now we'll have a little bit of a sync experiment, I guess. So we're at 907. Current average is at 16 million. We're throwing one stack of singularity. They're all in. We wait for this to update, however long that takes. Then we throw in one stack of nuclear pasta, and we see if it's a bigger jump. All things final, no refunds or exchanges. Get song, skunk. Come on. And I guess we'll also just have to do a bit of an adventure and hunt down a lot of the locals. Gather more of those DNA donations to the cause. Come on. Alright, so one stack of those hits an average of 49 million per minute. Throw in a stack of nuclear pasta in there. It's around 49.9. Okay, we'll say around 50 million points per minute ish. Alright, now these are all producing. They're doing their best. Yeah, no, there's guides and pages clogging the search results. They're all loudly proclaimed to be complete, but search through the point list and stuff like a biomechanical sculpture cannot be found. But why? Yeah, because I think a lot of the guides were made... They made a lot of guides in they're like before 1.0. So many of them, and they were like, oh, complete. And then after 1.0, no one really made new ones. And a lot of guides, of course, even before AI, all you did was a lot of guides scour the internet for existing guides and copy-paste the information from there. So no one's really maintaining the current one. 2023, yeah. So just because he was new in his writing doesn't mean it's someone actually made any research. But okay, see, we threw in a singularity cores, and then we threw in the nuclear pasta. So from 49 million down to 31 million. So it would make sense because every component is always worth more than the sum of its parts. Surely. Nobody does the work. Everyone just wants the present result and get the credit. Yeah, they want the clicks. You know, they want the views on the site because that's how they get their ad revenue. That drives that entire like games journalism industry, which is why it's, you know, has a bit of a bad rap nowadays because, well, it turned into an ad machine to generate clicks rather than, you know, do reporting. Not to say that there aren't good, you know, publications out there. Good blogs, good writings, good writers. 100% they're out there somewhere. Okay, so there was an easy example. See, Singularity once got us to 50 million points. Nuclear Pasta got us to 31 million points. Now it's back to down to a nice low basic 4 million points. Alright. That makes me want to do a thing. See, the project parts are still slowly but surely getting made. We just need the oscillation components. But these are producing in a very nice and consistent manner. So I'm going to steal all of those. Reminds me of the time when I was learning Unreal. In 100 guides and tutorials, only fractions of correct approaches and behaviors. Most just showed how to do things in working, but in production unusable manner. Yes, 100%. It has been an infuriating and also enlightening adventure when learning to code and develop and make things. Because you realize how much nonsense is out there. How much of people are just as a guide for like how to do the thing, and then they give you like just a surface that you push the button and it happens. I'm like, no, but that doesn't explain at all like how to do the thing. I want you to explain what is the method, why does it work, what does it work, what are the components, what leads to what, why. I want proper documentation on these, surface-based ones. And it's funny because there's so much nonsense and like poorly made stuff on the internet, and I think that's also why AI nowadays gives so many bullshit, so many like wrong answers. It's because the majority of information is copy-pasted old information where they might have actually done research on one thing, and then like, man, we need to pad this thing. Well, let's find existing guides and we'll use them to fill in the rest around my one like actual good point here. And yeah. So you end up with a lot of nonsense. And yeah, these kind of games are a good example. And actually kind of funny because Factorio, for example, is very up to date. Factorio, maybe it's the game, maybe it's the developers, maybe it's the whole culture around it. Whereas Satisfactory does very much feel like, yeah, it's always had semi-outdated information. Best thing you can do your own research, then point assholes you don't like towards the bullshit and tell them to read the fucking manual. Oh no. Same with Godot, 100%. It's much approachable engine, less mainstream, and there's less bullshit around. Yes, that is also true. And being like open source and so on. Yeah, because anything that becomes popular enough and more mainstream enough will then be flooded by the ones hunting for cheap clicks and cheap views, want their ads to be shown to people. Because that's how they make their money. I mean, I understand it from a business point of view. I just think it's a dick move. Okay, so while we wait for those points to be calculated. Wait, no. I want to see the points, because that might take too long. We got all the way up to only 37 million? That was like in this entire, that was a crazy amount of things. We got like almost 10 coupons. Oh, there we go, 92 million per million. There, see, that makes more sense. That number makes more sense. Almost 100 million per minute by taking a couple of rows worth of those singularity cores. Alright. It is time. Finally, my friends. To win the game. So finally we can do something else. Other than only lose the game.
Unsurprisingly,
Which I just did.
Here's another presentation, but
Yay.
don't worry, I have improved it. This
Yeah.
last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements. Alright, that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
Just do the thing. Stop asking questions. Just pull the lever. Get it very well, Ada. I'll do it for you. The final piece of the puzzle.
Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to project assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there. While waiting, please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
I like that the space platform in Space Giant project gets built using the same sort of light animations and any like structure and manufacturing build as well. Did it go too far away? So I like that the building is consistent, whether you're building in small scale or large scale. Hey, clouds are getting in the way. Come on, Ada. Oh. Check oil. Done. Set fuel injection level to 5. Done. Active bus B1. Done. Set left stabilizer to 9. Done. Right stabilizer to 4. Done. Turn the gyroscopic balancer X on. Done. Gyroscopic balancer Y on. Done. Z on. Done. Heat the seats. Wipe the windows. Finalizing preparations. Preparations. Complete. Launch. I can't click on the wipe windows. Or heat the seats. You ready, chat? Launch. Sends up the zappity zaps. I'm pretty sure that's also
Initiating project assembly.
meant to like get rid of the
Assembly.
clouds.
Attaching cargo to main body. Leveling inner and outer rings. Attaching propulsion to main body.
Uploading it now.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body. Running systems check.
I like that it like slow down a little. It's
All
like put it
systems online.
plug.
Releasing propulsion cage. Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path. Locking in cargo.
Thank you for the
Launching
broken escape and trickle bot.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, liftoff.
I look, Ada got a little impatient. That reminds me more like StarCraft.
At St. Cura Factorio's base game end is much less satisfying LUL.
That is very true in a way, yeah. Are we done? Yes. I finally decided to, finish phase 5. Neatly aligned there. Launched out some drone-y thingies. Oh yes, good old planetary nuclear, thermonuclear strikes. Yes? Can nuke the planet? Oh, no. Nuking reality itself instead. So now the entire spaceship can travel through the mystical realm of 80 synthwave. Off to adventure. The great infinity and beyond. I like the little thing in the end. That's like such an anime move. Freaking love it. Oh, there, the Mac Man. I'm late. Well. And the trains are still running. That's that then, I guess. Ada's left us. We were never going home. Assembly complete.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day. Every single kitten and puppy would thank you if they could. You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race, and have contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately. Your duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to Fixit remain. With your help, Fixit continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient, stay with Fixit.
Satisfactory. Nice. Thank you, Dragon Garland. And hey there, Knopsor. It is going well. Sorry, with a little focus there with the whole game end and everything. And I don't know if you all noticed, but when it rotated, built the ship and sent it out, and you know what it left? It left behind the check mark. The Fixit check mark is now there in space, smiling on us. I don't consider Factorio to have an end, at least not. It does not have a story. I mean, it does the main one pretty much. Because, the point is like, oh no, I crash land. I want to get out. But to get out, I must build all of the industry. And then the space aid has same one, but larger scale. You gotta escape this insane planetary system. And the synth wave is not the fastest way to travel, but it is the most stylish. Oh, gotta agree. Now some other pioneer can save the day, TM, on another planet. Exactly, Apple Shavings. Exactly. Most likely it'll be another iteration of this this pioneer printed out again. In essence, Ada is a von Neumann engine, a somewhat intelligent one. Exactly. I think you can go into the various planets, expanding across the galaxy itself, and printing out more of these pioneers to do the job, because the AI the artificial intelligence safeguard systems mean that they can't do it alone. They need a human being to push the button. So they create the pioneer, which is just close enough to human being to push the button and keep their intergalactic, who knows what the scale is, the space expansion going. Thank you, Alfreton. For the applause. Thank you. Only took us 300 hours. And we're still not fully done, because now we need to sync everything. We need to get those final coupons. Because we are at 918. I need 1,000. And every coupon is costs more than the previous one. And at this point, I mildly... See, if I had a run focus on specifically getting the Golden Nut achievement, I probably would have... There's a few things I would have done differently. I mean, first of all, yeah, I wouldn't have bought so many things with the coupons. I mean, I've generated far more than 1,000 coupons already, but I just spent them all at the company store. Antti Pyykkönen, Antti-Pekka P. Finish. They're all properly emptied out. And yeah. I'm gonna see about how many of these singularity cores we can make. Sync all of those. As many as we can. Be swifty. Hardwire, Wise, and Unreal Engines. Nice. Do you get anything for 1,000 coupons, or just the target set to yourself? Bun 7682886. There is one thing you can buy at the company store that costs 1,000 coupons. It is the Golden Nut. And if you buy the Golden Nut, you get an achievement. And it's the one achievement I don't have. And that's one of the goals for this run was getting the Golden Nut achievement. We got 2 coupons here. We have 919 here, waiting to go. Get that nut. Now we sunk pretty much all of this. We're 9:15 before the start of the launch. Might take a bit longer to get the 70. Yes, yes, it will. Like, it'll take quite a while, but I do have, I think, quite a few. I should have some extra stuff, sort of lying around in containers with that we could sync. So, if we go and check. So the meatball factory is meatballing along, doing their best. Yeah, we go check out the radioactive spaces. Think everything. That's the plan. Hope you're doing good, Knapposaurus. Clear dirty. Rian Sam site. The Tower of Power. Fruit computers. Which should also be syncing a lot of excess that anything like that pretty much isn't going into export is should be being sunk. So there was something funny with these circuit boards. We have to go check that out too. That one is producing a crazy amount of plastic and rubber, but they're also being sunk. None of the SAM stuff there is being sunk. Okay, your outputs are full. Your outputs are full. Yoink. You are... Now you all should be producing some extra. There, a whole bunch of random shit. Excellent. And all of these should be running. Perfectly fine. Yes, yes, yes. No plutonium excess being made though, because that's all being consumed correctly. And all the plutonium waste being turned into fixonium. This one's idle because, see, that was full of singularity cores. There's nuclear pasta here. And these are turning into singularity cells. Why aren't you on? You're low on the trigons. Not enough fuel. Plate import, dark crystal import. Another plate import. And that means you... Battery importer. There we go. Importing 3 items per minute, so I guess my battery production has finally slowed down a bit too much. Whoops. Oh, they're all making stuff again. $921 coupons. There you go. A few more trigons in here. And these can then start turning the Fixonium, which I do believe we cannot sink, which is very tragic. At least we've been able to make the Fixonium though, so that's good. Oh, needs more dark matter residue, which we don't have because this guy hasn't been running. Here, have some Sam. And your imports. Oh, right, should be there as well. There we go. So that way the... yes. Plutonium waste has apparently been building up a little bit. Whoops. Oh well, they'll catch up. These robots are having a talk. He'll be bringing more stuff. And... yeah, I might have to have a closer look at what the hell is up with the batteries there. But otherwise, this one has everything you need and then some. We see a few more. And we switch over the backpack. I'll just quickly poop over to good old the Fruit Computers compound. Okay, you're all yellow as well. Not the computer exports. Just the excess is being thrown away. It is the computers. Then you're low on the crystal oscillators, and you're low on the quartz crystal. Ah. The machines have failed us again. What is with the water thing again? Because we're making the quartz crystal here, so it can't be that the, you know, drone fuel shortage is affecting these fellows as well. There, just put those in there to make sure that these guys can keep on making their super supercomputers. Okay, yeah, so yeah, the silica production has had an issue. Is it... How is it the water again? Doesn't make sense. Because we're now filtering in an even smaller amount. Even smaller arbitrary amount now. So now these are running, and those are running. So now, there we go. Production has resumed. And all of that is A-OK. All of these are A-OK. Now the dissolved silica is, as a liquid, is the one holding us back. But I don't want to, you know, throw that stuff out. So he consumes 100, outputs 80. There you go. So that'll fix those. Good thing is that these should have been able to, yeah, these have been then running constantly because everything is getting sunk. 930 coupons. Now these aren't running anymore because well, because we removed the sink, now didn't we? $165 million per minute. Well, we sank all the other heavy things. It certainly is looking a lot like We really need to go just hunt down some wildlife. We dealt with that. We checked those out. We require more Vespine gas. Very true. So, okay, might try more astronauts migration shenanigans tonight. Hope it goes well, my friend. If the vibration, if the immigration is that difficult, I might skip it. Just do a new run when it's astronaut o'clock again. Hmm. .75. So those should be producing 1.5. And you're consuming 2.5. That would explain the weird numbers then. Oh well. Grab what we can. I don't think there's anything left here that has, like, you know, value. So we can throw out more of those. And I think all the project parts are pretty much dealt with. Okay, but then again, the extra speed here isn't really necessary, especially not anymore. There we go. Now you're going through 100 a minute, which means these guys can more than maintain it. There. Should be 75. All the Mark III belts would be more than enough. So now to make sure that these... Yeah, now they're getting more than enough. Yeah, and the superposition oscillators keep on not getting enough alclad. So we throw these in here. And we'll steal those. And we go visit Nuke Quantum one more time. And see if we can just do something. And then we head out and start murdering some locals. I mean, yeah, gathering some donations from the local volunteers to help me bust a golden nut out from that company store. It needs to be done. It looks like a factory to me. Thank you, the MacMan. Alright. Now you're unhappy because you're lacking aluminum casings. Right. That's this stuff. Yeah. Lacking aluminum production. We got pretty far with our half-assed aluminum production. But it's starting to bite us in the ass aggressively. And the aluminum solution is doing just fine. There. So now we can actually have some kind of exports happening, maybe. 75 per minute. Ah. That will overproduce the water. Which shouldn't really be a problem for now. So let's come back here to see if we can fix it somehow. There we go. So many of them desperately trying to get those batteries. Unfortunate. Oh well, and let's go see here if we can steal some things. Next, but nothing else. This one is. Yep, they're producing all the time. 934. You know what? Fake it. Do it. Well, these guys can keep on producing, and we'll sink in a bunch of time crystal diamond things as well. Why not? And you're not on because you lack alclad. Well, this I'm fairly certain. Dark matter crystals. Because you lack the dark matter residue. That's just kind of a tricky situation, that, isn't it? There you go. So make some more weird gas. Yeah, and that's why you're not running at full speed. Ooh. And now I'm out of radio control units. Fair enough, fair enough. Make the excited photonic matrix. Now these should be making some... Let's go snag some from one of these machines. It's great because you can pretty much sync everything else, but you can't sync those shards. So they're like a massive roadblock. None of those are making, so they're producing some more dark matter residue. Now this definitely seems like one of those systems where it would be a good idea. Would have been a good idea to build large buffer zones. How is it possible? Are you feeling faster than you're draining? Like it just... Like what is that? How is your drain rate 0? There you go. Now I actually have a drain rate as well, not just emptying out. Okay, some of those are turning on now. But none of these... Oh. That guy's happy again. Now I'm on down here. Nothing here I really feel like would be worth the sinking. They're just not worth that many points. Else you'd have to have the... Oh, well, I mean, sure, let's try it anyway. There we go. You see if we connect these with overflow going to the left. And similarly, we want any to the left, overflow to the front. And oh, wow, there we go. There we go. So the overflow of those is also sent in. This one as well. It would have to be here. Left is any, forward is overflow. And with the merger, there we go. So now we got steel belts, steel beams, encased steel beams, and pipes all being sent to the sink. Which is pretty much everything that was made here. 942. Okay, so we are still slowly but surely, but we are making progress. Oh, sorry about that. Let's... Not what I was meant to do. But it'll work. Coal burner T800. And let's see here. Mild bonking. Okay, sulfur imports are going okay. Reanimate Sam is holding you back. The sports. Also, I'm gonna request from export 2. I'm pretty sure it can help feed this place as well. So I feel like this one has more than one importer. One from Rian Import 2, one from Riam Import 1. No. Rian Sam Export and Export 2. Yeah. And the export would be the Devil's Anus, I believe. Now, instead of having 2 drones go to the same spot, we have 2 drones going to 2 separate spots. The battery situation is a little dry, but we can help them out. You're the one battery importer. Excellent. Rather than that, and that's where the stuff goes up and gets exported. Which means we do a smart splitter with an overflow and an awesome sink in this awesome tiny little corner here. Where it would fit pretty beautifully. Sure. 944. Because this is has been our fixed site storage. Now we have one local trigon maker, which we need to maintain our belts and things. So that is all sort of a-okay. So that's good. Now these just guys need the SAM, but I got no one putting SAM inside any dimensional pockets anymore, so that needs to be dealt with. You will bring in a grand total of a little bit, hopefully. You're doing a docking action, hopefully at the place. And more than enough sulfur is being produced. And you... that'll be fine. And... alright then. We change out the backpack. We realize we're gonna need some fuel, and we have some ammo. We change the tape to a Michael, because that is the sound of adventure. And then we wait for the machines to do their thing. We go hunt down for some locals. Oh yeah. So she need to get the goddamn golden nuts. Oh, you're the wrong kind of local. Oh, unauthorized hostility. Someone didn't file out their paperwork. Let me pick up their skin, right? They get good. Where'd you go? Ooh. A lovely little slug. Well, who doesn't like a nice little glowing, gelatinous, hyperdimensional slug in their pants? It's that song just right. Hey. I don't think I've done the research for the scanner to show hostiles. Might as well capture the slug, you know, while we're at it. Getting sluggy with it. So here's the sulfur mine and one of my first ones. Means that there is, yes, the aluminum production. All the lights are green though, so it should be... Wait, you're yellow. What's up with that? I can only assume... The aluminum solution is... not being produced fast enough. How come? Here. One of those. But there should be... a right excess of water. Well, the ability to do that. So 270. Hebrews 120 to 240. Alright. 270 times 4 minus 240 is 840. Well, that's too much. Right, the math should still remain the same. We should probably do the sloppy alumina solutions or something. You've got these things all slooped out. Or instant scrap. Now, there are various ways to make this whole setup way more efficient. Right now, can't really be bothered to. Hey, would you look at that? Nah. Maybe we're making some for personal use. I mean, there was some for personal use. There's no... I don't think we're uploading it anymore. I shouldn't be uploading it anymore. Where the frickety frack are these coming from? What the heck? This was the one spot where I was making aluminum casings. Oh, would you look at that? Some sweet sexy sloops. I'll grab them. And we were then exporting them. Who is importing them then? If nothing else, I think we can import them to the... someplace. RMP. Oh, so to the nut now. Well, hopefully we'll get hitting like 950 soon. What the heck was RNP? Well, let's check the in-out situation. We're 950, so 50 more coupons. And that's why we're hunting down the local wildlife. Because they have their own separate point value for the DNA coupons. And we have the entire process sort of slooped so that we get double the protein from the animal remains. And then we get double the DNA capsules from those. Oh, we do have enemy detectors. Excellent. Oh, shit. Where the heck was RNP? I feel like I'm doing more damage somehow, which is kind of weird. I don't see any reason why my damage output would have increased. There we go. There we go. Thought I saw something move. Come on, where'd you go, big friend? Thank you. There we go. Nice. Come on. I guess if we go to the swamp marshlands, there's probably going to be a whole bunch of enemies over there. That could be neat. The only negative is that they're most likely going to be those lovely, lovely spiders. Hey, would you look at that? How'd I miss you? Don't do it, piggy. Oh, it was one of you. Thank you. Nice. I guess we could take the long way around and see if we can go visit our lovely little doggy friends. Okay, has that insane horror spider respawned? I hope not. Looks like it has. I don't like you. Jesus Christ! I don't think he likes me either, though, so I guess it's fine. Hey, he died. Nice. Excellent. Wait, have I like... Apparently we missed a crash ship. Oh, that was this close. There we go. Do not worry, child. I will not leave you alone in this world. You get to join the family in the DNA machines. Ow! Take that, you big bastard. $85 megatwatts. Well, I can make that happen. Using the power of the biomass burner. And what, 85 you said? Run through those leaves super fast. Ow. There you are, you bastards. Ow. I dodged into the bullet. That is, in fact, the wrong way to dodge. Try to almost dodge away from the attack. Much more effective that way. Oh, no one else? Oh, I was like so ready to like scope out. Like, where's the next one? Three slugs. Oi! That one was actually pretty well camouflaged. There we go. Got him. I don't like that place. There's so many spiders there. Ooh. I think there was like one. Where are the remains? There we go. All three got. Now, if I remember correctly, there should be some very... Yes, that guy. And his friends. Jesus. Oops. And he hit so goddamn hard. Okay, he's stuck. That's a win. Come on. Ah, yes. Defeated by the power of cheese. Cheese, Gromit. on, where'd you go, you little shit? What the? Finally. Got him. Explosive rebar damage. Now when taking the ammo situations, and I guess we'll grab a few extra. We're at 9 hatchers, 15 hogs, and 38 speeders, 16 stingers. We're gonna need more. There we go. 42, actually. Oh. That's right. Hello? I've come to accept your donations to the cause of my nuts. Come here, big bastard. Oh, yeah. And another sphere of the Mercer sword. Lovely. Oh, there you were. Okay. I'll take it. What another Mercer sphere too. Ow. Hey there, Pathos. We're doing well. Space are unable to pull some connectors apart. Space is rough. Fair too. Space is very rough, especially if you have like bare metal surfaces, because you can get a contact weld by just, contact. And that's why all surfaces in space need to be, painted. There you are. Oh, well, hello there, friendo. Oh, man. Oh, their remains are now stuck inside the terrain. Awake! Good time to leave work. Napping through the work would be pretty ideal, wouldn't it? Worst is when you can't get something closed, like the capsule door due to contact welding. Yeah. And contact welding is... yeah, it's both super cool and terrifying. There you go. Whoa! Did not notice that one. There we go. Come on. Ooh. Okay, 54 spirit remains. I feel like the lighting is somehow like wilder than usual. Oh well. Finding a surprisingly large amount of these immersion spheres right now.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
Oh, okay. I'm like, where is this enemy? I can't see. You know, 3 of these big ass spiders right next to each other. One of them down. Two of them down. Three of them down. Fourth was still around. I thought there was 3. There was a lot more. 1. Can't see shit now. I guess there only was 2 here. No? 3. I wish the item scanner could also like identify and point out the enemy drops. They can sometimes be very, very difficult to find. Oh, hostility. From Humst. From Hemst. We're detecting hostility without the paperwork, necessary paperwork. But I don't know from where. Seeing as no one has attacked me, I can only assume it is actually from the... from higher up. I believe an enemy has clipped into the train. The spiders do that sometimes. They jump wildly, freely, ignoring things like physics or solid objects. Often to their own detriment. The Blood Moon. Yep. That rule no longer applies to you. You are a local manager now. It's very true. You know? I got all the extra responsibility that comes with being a manager. But at least the pay remains the same, so, you know, that's nice. Which is nothing. I guess must have... I'm allowed my continued exist. Is there like a slug inside the wall here? Oh. Sometimes it is actually hidden in the train and I'm just, you know, clipped poorly. Teehee. Enemies that way. Slugkarusellen. Saw you, bug. You will not escape me. I require your flesh for my quarterly report. I can't hit my KPMs. Without your help. Thank you. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. The small ones are like wonderfully sneaky because, you know, they run around really fast. So the homing bullets end up sort of like... Oh, there's more than one. End up hitting with the train. Oh, and there's a big one too. No. Ah, God, no. Okay, small one down. Oh, no. I'd much prefer it if you didn't. Just saying. Oh God! Dodging these is like playing on console games when I was a kid. When you had to like lean to the side to make the character go faster. Come on, yoink. Oof. Ah. There you are. There's a lot of spooge in these caves. And a couple of big hog bastards, too. Alright. Are you alive? The good thing is with the stingers, though, that everyone hates them. Like, hogs and spitters get along with each other. Oh, they keep on, like, just dropping down. I don't like this. Oh, one's a big farty one, too. Ooh, that was close. I'd rather you didn't. Oh, don't you dare. Oh, you shit. You crouched into the terrain so that when you died, I can't get your remains. Ooh. All that fighting and barely anything to show for it. Can we see it peeking through anywhere? Nope. Well, a couple of hogs fell down. I'm assuming they might have been fighting some spider friends. There we go.
Of Hanu.
My God, give potato, you might be right. We're to connect these hog remains. Gotta get the golden nut. Worked so hard. Suffered so far. Sucks to be you, bug. Dogs of Iron have already been out. No, wait for the drive. Ooh, that's very true. Thank you, love. Those look like enemy remains. More than one, actually. I guess we can just adventure deeper into the caves of horror. I can only assume there's an enemy up top there. And there's gonna be something sad in here. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Alright, that guy's down. So the small ones, as long as you hit them semis to head on with the explosive round, they go down. Big one's way more durable. But also worth more remains. Excellent. Okay, we went to two. Well, actually, finally going through a lot of this ammo. So that's neat. So there's someone up top. I see you, little shit. Nice. I have no idea really, to be honest, if I have enough. Ooh. Can only hope, because every coupon is more expensive than the one that came before it. Where the hell did the guy attack from? Oh, is he inside the walls? I gotta run away. Oh, sweet Jesus. There we go. I mean, honestly, all I can really do is, hope for the best. When it comes to the coupons. Yeah, this one keeps on detecting the one that is inside the wall there. You can keep on cheaty attacking me. Wasn't there a third one? There we go. Well, let's start heading back towards the space elevator. Huh. Allocating time. Another hard drive. Use biofuel. Crystal oscillator. If it's gonna have a guardian here somewhere. Which I thought it would. Another devil's anus. With some hogs. Ooh. Hello, pig. A bunch of these pigs have died apparently at some point. There's like all this excess remains. Yeah, the engine is doing some weird shit because, you know, I keep on finding these extra, like, remains. Like, I understand when sometimes there's a chance for the stingers and the other animals to fight. But we did find a whole bunch of extra. I mean, considering what I'm trying to do, I'm not complaining, but it's, yeah. But weird shit, you know. First, we can take down the Crab Lords of Draenor. Spitter down. And we've got the Rock Hog. And he's down. Spitter. Hog. Mercer Sphere. Lovely. Well, maybe go back and process all these remains and see. Yeah. Remains to see. They're true. There, gentle people. How's folks? Oh, hey, I built my Phase 4 supply facility here. But, hey, nice one. That's our deposit location. Yeah. Hmm. No, we're doing okay. As you may notice, yes, the product assembly has been finished. We have, in fact, saved the day. But I still need more coupons for my golden nut. That's why I'm collecting donations from my friendly neighbors. Another good example of why the liquid biofuel is 100% the best jetpack fuel around. Because you can just keep on like wobbling and hovering. I think there was a mercer sphere or a sloop there, which has in fact been picked up at an earlier point in time. I've been quite a bit less exploratory, at least with buildings. Yet to leave the rocky desert. Random nodes are a hell of a thing. Yeah. I got a lot of stuff actually done in the rocky desert, but it's rocky desert, a little bit of the swampland. I didn't actually explore that much of the map. I mean, I did explore it for like the for the hard drives. Like you see, most of my buildings are pretty much all they're here up north, where the oily coast, across the desert, and a couple of things here down in the swampy lands for like bauxite. I'm pretty happy with the power tower. Where am I going? I think I'll go over here. Ah! Shit. Oh. Don't. Fucking crabs. Alright, now got hog on spider violence. Hog is down. So the spider does hit hard as heck. Not as durable as the hog. Thought I heard another hog sound. Come on, come on. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior? Bullets Christ? Ah, you sneaky little piggy. Attacking from behind, eh? I like that I do not need these mercer spheres for anything at all. Like, absolutely nothing. But I can't not pick them up. There we see the tower power, rocket fuel power generators, and that is copper dust tower. I like a building that can see across the terrain from the other side of the map. Feels good, man. Seems bitrate hates the floor. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it does. Instead of my phase 4 supplies this time, actually at my base. Instead of having a satellite facility producing turbo motors and the like. Switch off. Funny coincidence? Ooh, nice. What kind of funny coincidence, Iron Master? All the oil processing, including about 18 fuel generators for my phase 4 supplies, seems to fit on one floor. And of course, seems to task. Oh no! And the current coupon situation is at 972. Okay. Got 20 more coupons while we were out adventuring here. Have some singularity cells. While I visit the animal remains, animal reprocessing. We do Spitter, Stinger, Hatcher, and Hog. And these are all, yes, they're all slooped. Feeding into this one, who is also slooped. So producing 50 per minute of alien DNA capsules. Now we'll hope we get a whole bunch of DNA capsules. Real again. Welcome back, Iron Master. But okay, oil processing, including about 18 fuel generators from Phase 4 supplies, seems to fit on one floor. That's pretty cool. I never actually made a factory that would also have its, like, supply its own power. I always had to have a separate power facility, and then the separate factories, and I might have, like, you know, one... Oh, wow. There's still a few stacks worth. Why are you yellow? You have no input. So one stinger makes 2 protein. One hatcher will make 2 protein. And one hog makes 2 protein. So for every one of those, I made 2 protein. And for every protein, make 2 DNA capsules. So like a few hundred. Then double again, so 50,000 points per minute. 977. Alright, so still need more. Gonna be supplying its own power. That's pretty cool. I just realized that, oh, I can make turbo blend fuel entirely from byproducts. So the 4x4 multiplier. Yeah. That sounds pretty dang cool, man. Alright. So that means these guys are producing stuff as fast as they can. Surplus is being sunk. Guy here on the right is not a motor exporter. You're doing your best. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. So that means, yeah, that's working. And outgoing, incoming, that's actually, yep, that's working pretty much as intended. DNA points are still being burned through relatively quickly. Just, okay, we gotta get those last coupons. What do I burn for those? We got these product parts, but I don't want to burn them. Well, these are being imported, but super slow. So I'm gonna go do a good old manual import, I guess. Radios and fused frames, these get uploaded. I never tried to sync a hard drive. I'm assuming I can't do it. Just like I can't sync sloops or Mercer spheres. Now, one extra sloop. Does that mean I could stick it into this one? I think this one isn't fully slooped. This one is fully slooped. This one is fully slooped. 61 superposition oscillators. Oh, it's the dark matter crystals that are holding us back. So now you're slooping your singularity cells, and you there are slooping the extra fancy project parts. And you're also gotta go check on the meatball production. Yeah, Meatball Factory doesn't have walls. Hasn't earned them just yet. Yep, you're doing your stuff. And you hunger for the Trigon. Oh, so that's full. That means these are doing. Okay, so you're actually doing. Here, have another sloop. So even more biochemical sculptures are being made. Enjoying lurking here lately. Nice long to my Finnish brothers. Hey, thank you, make the kick. Terkkuja, terkkuja. Glad you like it here. There you go, so grab some of these. And some of these. Well, these guys are just doing their best, I suppose. There you go. No point in being sensible about anything right now. Also, because power-wise, we should be pretty good. How is our power right now? That's embarrassing. They weren't even connected. Maximum consumption is 113,000, capacity for 122-ish. Yeah, we good. It's fine. No need to worry about it at all. And those guys have been set to sink. 986 coupons. Nice. Come on, 14 more coupons. Now those ones are worth a whole bunch of points. Got 51 items per minute, so those are gonna run out. This one is, well, they're doing their best. Not much I can do about these. Come on. I think I need like 14 coupons now. I'm at 998, 2 more coupons. Oh, sweet Jesus. 999. Come on. No, come on, game. No. We gotta do it at the proper... At the hub. 999 coupons. The animals did it. The DNA point got the last one. 1001. That's a win. 1000 coupons. Done. Actually, at 998, I would have had enough because I had 2 coupons in like storage. So mix of refineries and blenders to make turbo blend fuel, and can I fit 18 fuel generators within my complex easily enough? Well, that's always... You can just put a little like side shack, the power shack on the next to it. Sell everything. Couple. Now go hunt. Now go nut. It is time. It's a golden nut. It's shiny and the price is totally justified. Don't overthink it. You need one. Purchase a golden nut today. Warning, ingestion not recommended. Why not take a look at these? The lizard dog. Oh, no. Add to cart. There we go.
Congratulations, you are now a contributor to a popular Pioneer
Yeah.
trend. In earlier testing phases of the Save the Day program, pioneers could not get enough of these nuts, to the point of featuring nuts in every single picture they took. This obsession eventually became unhealthy, and pioneers were taught the skill of restraint and not holding anything in their hands. Still, to honor the love humanity had for these nuts, a statue was commissioned, so we can honor the impact these nuts had on pioneers across the universe.
I'm so glad I did this. Thank you. That was wonderful. So I can hold it in my hand, but then I put it down. It's a rather big statue of these nuts. Newt. It's done. It's over. Finally over. Can I paint it? No. Nöt is not in Swedish. Pähkinä, not in Finnish. These nuts have been achieved. We done it. Beautiful. We did it, chat. We nutted across time and space. You love these nuts? I know, right? Fixit made a beautiful golden nut statue to celebrate the glory of these nuts. Everyone loves these nuts. But hey, I've been on now for 8.5 hours. We finally won the game. We got the nut statue. 100% achievements achieved. Fantastic. But I gotta go and take care of IRL things. Gotta go to the store. Gotta do all this stuff. I love holding my nuts. Me too, Carpathize. Have a good one. Hey, I hope you all have a good one. And tomorrow we'll then either be doing Well, Captain Industry is what I want to play, but that'll be the long-term play game until Valheim hits. And another alternative would be having a look at Sandustry. We'll see. But most likely it'll be Captain Industry. Bye. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for your support in getting these nuts recognized by Ada. Save the game anyway. How long have we been playing? 307 hours. Not bad. Exit to the desk of tops. Where's the GGs? You have a good one, boss. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Big the Kick. And we change the scene to the end of stream. So I just see this thing. There we go. And wonderful. And that was a good one. I hope you had a good time. I hope it was as good for you as it was for me, chat. I had a good one. Now let's see. Well, first we must find the song. It is, of course, the song we all know and love. It is the song of Drink and Industry. And so we shall see who is out and who is about. And where, my friends, where shall we raid? What are people doing? No, I don't know, playing it right now. And we got some interesting folks doing interesting things. Well, hey, thank you for coming by to say hi, Haz. Always lovely to see you around. And why not give a nice little raid over to I was considering doing NASA with the spacewalk, but I'm thinking, well, if you guys want to watch that, you're probably watching it already, and they have enough viewers right now. So how about something nice, something about automation, but something quite different. It is we're gonna raid off to Willow Rainey playing Oxygen Not Included. If you like these kind of games, so if you don't know Oni, you should. So thank you for hanging out, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you. And hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, different content will be most likely checking out Captain of Industry. Oh, there's a small chance we get distracted by Sandustry. We'll find out. Okay, thank you again for hanging out. Haz, Pythos, Knapsor, Mick the Kick, Carpet Thighs, Exactly, Sleeper, Apple Shavings, Mambo, Muppet, Love It, and everyone else here on the Twitch side. I can't see any chat right now. And thank you, Player Gamer, No Hypoxy, and DJ HFE on the YouTube side. I appreciate every single one of you, but I gotta go. So remember, stay awesome. Ta-ta.